Hey, grace and peace, everybody. Waking up to some truth. What's happening out here? This is all preaching right here. This is all part of the awakening right here.
The Bible predicted this. It was written, the righteous versus the wickedness. Every other day, these babies dying. I'm sick of this. Well, y'all praising these clowns. It's ridiculous, man. I couldn't picture this. Going to school, a bunch of smart niggas following fools. Glorifying the cowards too weak to follow the rules was taboo. Now shit cool, man. I'm confused. I mean, I don't even understand this. What you niggas' definition of a man is? Integrity.
Oh, excuse me. Excuse the language.
Advantage.
Type of one if you can hear this and see this. I'm going straight in. We're going straight into the teaching.
Guess the plan is they lower the bar when they can't reach the standards, but I ain't got the bandwidth to sit and debate about fake false prophets y'all considering great. I'm too busy in these hoods helping kids escape the traps, death, and jail. Niggas couldn't relate. Man, the shit that God put on my plate, they couldn't stomach. Lied on, betrayed, but still kept it 100. The snake shit they did to come up, I could have done it. Anything that come from being a snake, I wouldn't want it. But look, that's just me though. It ain't about no ego. It's principles, yeah. Power to the people. But how are you my equal, nigga? What you ever sacrifice? You ever use the hot pot to make a bag of rice? Locked up, watching niggas win who ain't half as nice? You ain't never been dead and came back to life, but that's the price you pay when you bless. When you doing God's work, every day is a test. So you just pray for the best, but stay prepared for the worst though. Cause having strength is a gift and the curse, yo. Cause they don't think you hurt, no, they think you immune. You don't cry when you in pain, you just keep licking the wounds. And you look like you shining cause you fit and you grown. They assume you okay, but know what happens when you assume. My mama said, and make an ass out of you and me. I say you the ass. The fuck that got to do with me? Look, I don't want you to see my weakness. Peep this to all my street niggas. Listen, this some deep shit. You know that weak shit they told us we should glorify? The guns, drugs, and crime? It was all a lie. You see, we laughed at Trey cause he ain't want to ride, but every nigga stayed in that car. All of them died. So y'all decide, was it worth it? Every other day, them babies riding in them hearses while they mamas crying in them churches. He hit the wrong person, shot in his head when them bullets was dispersing. Man, shit getting worse than it's ever been. Niggas are sick. They're overdosing on the medicine. Cowards beating women. Why? It's irrelevant. It's sucker shit, and we gotta be better men. And I ain't never been no yes man. If I don't understand, nigga, I'ma ask a question. That's why I'm invested in my people. That's why I'm on these front lines. War ready, give me the ball when it's crunch time. And fuck dying over ego. Nigga, if I'ma die, then I'm dying for my people. I'ma keep fighting till we equal. Freedom, justice, and equity. That's why it's until freedom and to the death of me. Rest in peace to the kid they shot just now. This ain't a lifestyle they live it. It's a death style. Shout out to Angelo, cause he taught me that. Shout out to MJB, this beat brought me back to a time when albums had interludes. Remember, back when men had principles, now they bent the rules so the suckers can win. You cross the line, we can never be brothers again. No, the love doesn't end, but the trust does. It's messed up, your best friend to stab you like the rest does. So guess what? Be careful who you call your mans. You want to make God laugh, then you tell him your plans. Tell him my stance. 10 toes down, swim in swamps with sharks. Cause men don't sound to sing. Violence is a virtue. It's the envy, not the violence that'll hurt you. Finding you a circle with no holes is goals. Watching dudes fold that ain't supposed to fold. It's like getting holes poked all in your soul. Where the fuck you supposed to go when your bro broke the code? God broke the mold. Real niggas don't exist no more. Fuck it, bro. I trust a chick in my system more. Why? Cause these niggas is weak. Cain and Abel outpost. Judas kiss on the cheek. Man, this shit is deep. Listen up, young king. If you running in these streets, you need to know one thing, nigga. These streets don't love you. The system care less about you. When you gone, they ain't gonna give a F about you. Only your moms and pops is gonna stress about you. While your sons and daughters is left without you. Nigga, that route you taking don't amount to Nathan. All them clicks and likes and the clout you chasing. And them dudes that's like, yo, mice be hating. You niggas is fools and I'm not debating. I'm taking the same path as the Panthers. Ye finally realized that Sway had the answers. Shout out to Kyrie. Fuck Nike. I buy my sneakers from people that look like me. I'm investing in us. Black-owned businesses. Tired of making these racist crackers billionaires. You feel it in the air, nigga. The time is now. Time to find a quiet town and tie it down. Then we multiply it up and divide it down. Then we multiply it up. And
you feel it in the air? The time is now. Whole bunch of stuff is happening. I'm gonna show you these street preachers. This is street preaching right here. And they feel that they have a message. And a lot of people be cursing, not cursing, smoking, not smoking. They believe that their message comes from God.
Look at my story and all of the lives that Jesus Christ saved before me. Look at us. Look, I was covered in sin, covered in filth, and still he called me. Look at my life. Look at my story and all of the lives that Jesus Christ saved before me. Look at us. Look, I was covered in sin, covered in filth, and still he called me. Yeah. Lord, I bow before you. I gotta give you praise. I'm gonna honor your name. Gonna let the whole world know you reign. Gotta let the whole world know. You're the only one that can save us. You're the only one that in times of adversity, you keep us courageous. Sitting there thinking about all of the times you kept me floating. And if they try to tell me that you don't exist, I tell them they must be joking. Cause anytime that they told me your door was closed, I prayed and you called it open. Thinking back to the desperate times, how you kept me coping. Yeah. Patience, clarity, more understanding. Now I step with the power of the Lord anywhere that I fly, anywhere I'm landing.
All right, let me stop this for a minute. Somebody think we taking requests like this, like I'm, hey DJ, just play that song. Oh boy. Good morning, good noonday, should I say, everybody. I'm gonna get into this. Y'all just want to hear some music and dance, and I got some questions like, what do you do when half of the story is true? What do you do when half of the story is true? Let me close some of this stuff up, and then I can show y'all what I mean. A little poison will mess up the whole thing. Listen to this. What do you do with this right here? Look where I've spoken. This one for you right here. What's going on here?
Pope. No one talks about Militatus, but during this time, Militatus was an African pope, and Constantine was the Roman emperor. And what happened is that Constantine saw that this Christian church was just too powerful. These Africans were just too powerful. So if he couldn't beat them, he was going to join them. So what he did is he took over he tried to take over the church, and he called what is known today as the Council of Nicaea together.
Constantine knew mostly the whole church was African, and it was too powerful. So he had to make some moves to try to switch some of this power up.
In approximately 332 AD, after the Christian era. And at this meeting, he chased out all those bishops that didn't agree with him. And by the way, one of the bishops was an African by the name of Arius.
He ran out most of the bishops. Where he getting this from, Van Harris? Because I can tell y'all anything. You folks just tell me a story.
Constantine chased Arius out of this area of where this Nicaea was, where this conference was taking place. And Arius and his followers went into Europe. This African took other Africans and some Europeans and Eurasians with him into Europe. His followers were later called Aryans.
So Arius went to Europe, and that's where the Aryan nation come from. That's Hitler and all of the racist people. That's where they come from. Come on, y'all. He said, somebody said that sounded like Bruce. But there's a master in the conscious community teaching on church history.
Wouldn't Hitler turn over in his grave to know that the very race that he called the Aryan race was named after an African bishop that was chased out of Nicaea? For more information on that, there's a book out called Blacks Who Died for Jesus by Mark Hyman, where he has a chapter on Arius, the African bishop chased out of the Council of Nicaea because Africans said that Jesus the Christ was a man on earth who had been divinely blessed by God. That in fact, this Jesus the Christ was not in the sense of what the Romans was trying to say, man God, but that in fact was a man blessed with the Spirit of God who led the path of Ma'at and who would revolutionize the world. Because that didn't sit well with thinking people, what happened is that there was a split. The Greek Orthodox went one way, but what people will not tell you is that the Greeks were led to that split by the beliefs of the Ethiopians, who said from the beginning, in the story of Heru, that Heru was the son of the divine father, but that he himself was divinely blessed person, that he in himself had a God concept, that he was both man, God, but that he was not the split that the Roman church tried to make of.
So the nature of Christ came from the story of Heru in Egypt through the Ethiopian church. And y'all don't even know it. But yet these same people say the Trinity come from Europeans.
He was half man and half God. In fact, he was all man and all God.
Uh-oh. What do y'all do with stuff like that? Because people will grab these TikToks and people will get to running with these things. We're going to go straight into, well, let me just show y'all something right here. Another master, leader, teacher in the community, and he's saying some things contrary to many of you folk in here.
Racism never existed on this earth. It never existed on this earth until the 1500s.
When was the 1500s? Thank you, most excellent. These people don't know, though. Gumbo doctrine. That's a good one to call. That's gumbo doctrine right there.
Racism never existed on this earth. It never existed on this earth until the 1500s. Racism came into existence when 9 European nations, when Arab, Middle Easterners, and some Asians all of a sudden decided that they wanted to enrich themselves by building colonies in the newly discovered world, which was the Americas. South America, North America, and Latin America. They got into a contest. In the 1400s, Europe was decimated, was being devastated by poverty, disease, famine, and crime. And Europe wanted to lift itself. And so then all the European nations got into a contest, what you all call a race to develop South America, North America, and Central America. That's when the race started. Racism has nothing in the world to do with getting along with people. It has nothing in the world to do with bias, bigotry, hatred, or discrimination, or prejudice. Those things have nothing to do with racism. Racism is a competitive relationship between groups of people that are competing to own and control resources and wealth and power. And once they acquire a significant amount of it, they then use it against another group to enslave them, to discriminate, shut them out, and tell them who they can marry, what not they can go to school, or to maldistribute the educational funds for the schooling of another child. That's what racism is.
All right. Y'all heard that? Now we're going to get into the main feature. Candace Owens is someone that's very influential in the community. And y'all know she was kind of cool with Kanye when a lot of stuff jumped off. And many, many people are using now Candace Owens, well, some specifically, are using Candace Owens and they're making statements. Like I tell you, my man called me and said, Bishop, sister, she's coming into the awakening. Many people believe that there are those that are coming, their eyes are slowly opening up to the truth. Candace Owens is deepening her faith, her Catholic faith, by the way. She's deepening that, and she's bringing out things about the Bible and history. She did a serious piece on dispensationalism and the history of the Scofield Bible. That's already 6 figures, and she just dropped that not too long ago. Listen to some of the things that has been said and what she's doing. Let me show you. Let me start off with this.
His name is Yeshua. Jesus is first. The J is a recent letter. The J is not that old, so it really was originally Isus, and that name Isus means hail Zeus. So you're calling on Zeus when you say Jesus.
Jesus is the anglicized version of the Greek name Jesus, which itself is the Hellenized version of the Hebrew Yeshua. Yeshua itself is a compound in the Hebrew of the words Yahweh is salvation. The modern English adopted the J for the Latin I's in the 16th and 17th century. So by the time we get to the early modern English Bibles, like the King James, the Latin Jesu in its nominative and vocative forms from the Greek Jesu.
Now look at this. This is exactly what I want to bring out, y'all. We the people, Israel. Candace is a down low Israelite. Other pastors said she's stuck in between two opinions. She's on the wall with some of the stuff. And we're going to look at some of the information that's been coming out course, many people feel that the church has been in darkness because of dispensationalism, because of John Hagee. Other ones have just been deceived by the camps that think that the whole Christian church is dispensationalist. The whole Christian church believe in replacement theology. And we don't have people like Johnny Mack that believe God's still going to do something with Israel. So they're all giving you half of the story because they wonder, I don't know. They either don't know any better or they want you to make a misinformed decision. Let's go back to Candace Owens and the work she's been doing. What's happening with her? Is she evolving spiritually? Is she waking up?
Jesus includes the J as Jesus. Jesus does not mean hail Zeus. The word for hail in ancient Greek is haladza. The name Zeus is a noun that in Greek has an irregular declension. The god we call Zeus in antiquity was called Zeus, but only in the nominative case, and a version of Dios in the genitive, dative, and accusative forms. In Latin, his name was Jupiter. Jesus is just the modern English name for Yeshua, who in the Greek New Testament goes by his Greek name, Jesus.
And you're right, who is Jesus?
His name is Yeshua. Jesus.
Now this is very interesting. Look at this. Gia's looking at it differently. Gia said Candace is inquiring and searching. People already got her. That church folk do that. 50 Cent save. 50 Cent save. Y'all just folk are doing the same thing in Awakening. She's Israel. She's Israel. She's woke. Y'all just get to claim it. And it's always you fundamentalists. Y'all get to claiming stuff. Let's just get it on in.
I know you guys have missed me as I've been on vacation, but obviously I dropped some interviews that had been in the vault, and probably chief among them.
No. Let me go to the right doctor first. Let me stop this and get straight in with the right doctor. Just listen. I like the way doctor, and I'm gonna tell you, Doctor and Benign, them, they'll clipping up something. They'll get to pulling some pieces together and throwing some pieces out there. Let me see what y'all do with this right here.
For a period of time, a lot of Israeli historians were writing books and receiving awards for having traced their lineage to the Kazars, So Kyrie Irving, at the time, he still might be a basketball player for the Brooklyn Nets, tweeted a link.
Listen to Ann. Ann said, Candace ain't listen to this. This is important for simple, for slow, for deceived. This is important right here. Candace is not even close to becoming an Israelite. She just converted to Catholicism. But these demons, the leaders, have told them that nobody can speak truth except they're claiming to be an Israelite. No Catholic can speak truth. No square can speak truth. This is part of the confusion. But when you're leading the masses of sheeple, you can tell them anything. But a thinking person can be like, wait a minute, she just converted. Wait a minute. Where y'all going with this? But you got to handle the sheep a certain way. They don't know no better. Yum, yum, yum doctrine.
To a documentary, absent commentary. He didn't tweet this and say, I agree with this. He didn't tweet this and say, like, I disagree with this. He just...
Now, what I need my good Christians to do is look and start thinking and asking, why was Kyrie Irving so attacked when they didn't attack the person that made the documentary, nor the platform that was selling it? That might be something to look into now. Let's stop playing games here. Rick Ross can't play no games with these Negroes. Let's listen.
Just tweeted a link to a readily available documentary that was on Amazon, and he said nothing. And the next thing you knew, he was a mainstream story, and he was at risk of losing his job as a basketball player.
I went on the Amazon Prime. I was like, you know what? Let me see if there are any documentaries on Yahweh. So went in the search bar, typed in Yahweh. That came up. Went out and shared it on my platform.
He's just telling what happened. We're going back to the beginning of the story. Remember with Kanye now, he's just telling what happened. The name Yahweh's been popping up. A lot of people not using God, and he heard it. He looks like anybody else that was caught up in the crib with COVID and everything. Just maybe searching around, listening, Kanye, listening to stuff. That's how it's important when people dropping videos and books and documentaries. If you people involved in apologetic giving an answer. when people making statements about the Aryans and others. When they're making statements, that y'all be on top of it. Documentaries are important now. And why is that? Because when you're going out and putting out information, a large percentage, I won't say how many, but a large percentage of people will just believe on what's being said. Most people won't say, well, let me see what the opposition has to say on this one specific subject. Was there really an exodus? Let me go see so I can learn what the other argument is, or at least so I can make a decision, an informed decision. A lot of people want to give you half the story and not allow you to make an informed decision. Or they'll put it down like a contract. They'll put it down in small writings in the bottom where they think almost, listen, you won't read that part. That's how you get got out here. This is how echo chambers are formed out here. And most likely you just make a decision. Your decision, like buying certain cars, buying certain jewelry, buying certain things, your decision is based on emotions.
That was my night. In terms of the backlash, or what people call it, we're in 2022. History is not supposed to be hidden from anybody. And I'm not a divisive person when it comes to religion. I embrace all walks of life. You see it on all my platforms. I talk to all races, all cultures, all religions. And my response would be, it's not about educating yourself on what Semitism is and what anti-Semitism is. It's really about learning the root words of where these come from and understanding that this is an African heritage that is also belonging to the people. Africa is in it, whether we want to dismiss it or not. So the claims of anti-Semitism and who are the original chosen people of God, and we go into these religious conversations and it's a big no-no. I don't live my way like that. I don't live my life that way. Excuse me. I grew up in a melting pot.
Who is the original chosen people of God? You got to listen to the wording. Everybody's attempting to control and spin a narrative. Let me put that out there too.
And I say a melting pot of all races: white, black, red, yellow, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, and you can see the way I live my life now. I'm not here to be divisive, so they could push their agenda. I don't want to say they, because I'm not identifying any one group or race of people, but I'm in a unique position to have a level of influence on my community. And what I post does not mean that I support everything that's being said or everything that's being done, or I'm campaigning for anything. All I do is post things for my people in my community and those that it's actually going to impact. Anybody else that has criticism, it obviously wasn't meant for them.
Now, if you're contracted, do you think the NBA can tell him kind of what to do? A general idea of where he should live? When you're coming under contract for millions of dollars with certain people, even on a job, can you just do what you want to do as a police officer? You live in the city, you're a police officer. Can you do what you want to do? Be all in porn magazines and everything. If you're the mayor of the city, can you do what you want to do? We're going to look at all of this with controlling the narrative and the people.
Hopefully I'm understanding what you said, and I want to make sure I get it right, because I don't want to misquote any part of it.
I don't expect understanding from a media conglomerate group that sincerely talks about the game of basketball, and then we bring up religion as if it's correlative at times when it's convenient for people to bring it up. So please just be direct with your question, so we can move on from this and I can talk about the game and go home to my son Elohim and my wife Marlene. Okay.
I might have taken that this was the...
He's named his son God. I wonder if that's proper for Israel. Let me be quiet. We'll get to that later on. Who will name here name their children God, Elohim? Is that proper? Do we find that ancient name used for a child speaking on deity in the Hebrew culture? Or y'all just get names out here? We were talking about that yesterday. Folk just naming themselves, other people naming them. Y'all just grabbing up anything?
What you shared was not something that you've even watched. This was, you did watch it, or either watch it or read it.
I know a lot of times. Read a lot. Read a whole bunch. Good and bad about the truth of our world.
So then do you, I guess, understand or not understand those that might imply that that work had anti-Semitic leanings in it? I only asked this because the tweet is still up there, so
we're in 2022. It's on Amazon, a public platform. Whether you want to go watch it or not is up to you. There's things being posted every day. I'm no different than the next human being, so don't treat me any.
Now, he said it's on Amazon, a public platform. How come y'all ain't jump down the throat of the folk that own Amazon that's promoting this thing?
Different. You guys come in here and make up this powerful influence I have over top of the adultery of, oh, you cannot post that. Why not? Why not? I don't hear an uproar of that. I'm not here to be divisive on what's going on this or that. I'm not comparing Jews to blacks. I'm not comparing white to black. I'm not doing that. That conversation is dismissive, and it constantly revolves around the rhetoric of who are the chosen people of God. And I'm not here to argue over a person or a culture or religion or what they believe. No, this is what is here. It's on a public platform. Did I do anything illegal? Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Did I do anything illegal? Did I hurt anybody? Did I harm anybody? Am I going out and saying that I hate one specific group of people?
And then,
who are the chosen people of God? That's been around for a long time, but now it's been challenged recently. In a couple of recent decades, it's been challenged. We've been hearing people been chosen. Some folk been hearing that all their life. That somebody's running around here chosen. Let's stop the nonsense right now. Now it's being challenged, many would say, and the people that has been historically known as the chosen people of God, they're not taking it lightly that people are challenging their chosenness. Let's just say that way.
the next thing you knew, he was a mainstream story and he was at risk of losing his job as a basketball player. And the title of the documentary was From Hebrews, to Negroes. And if he had just tweeted it and the media didn't react with such insanity, probably no one would have watched it. I'm serious. Like it was a nothing thing, but they made such a big deal out of it that I remember watching the situation go down and going, okay, what is in this documentary that people are freaking out so much that the NBA has given him, you'll recall this, a list of 6 demands, a list of 6 action items.
Did that thing make people look into the book or the documentary more? Let me pull up that thing when Barbara Streisand, I think it was, she had that house back in the days. And then she started beefing so much, it wasn't even a big thing, but her beefing made people look into it.
That he must complete in order to return to the franchise. Okay. Absurd. Do you remember this headline that was going on? This is what Kyrie Irving must do to get his life back for having tweeted out a link to a documentary that's available on Amazon. Not Jeff Bezos, but Kyrie Irving is at fault, not Jeff Bezos for making it readily available on Amazon. The first set of things that he had to do, the first thing he had to do was he had to issue an apology for posting a link to the movie, condemn the harmful and false content, and make it clear that he does not have anti-Jewish beliefs. Secondly, he had to complete the anti-hate causes that the Irving and the Nets and the ADL, I'll keep that topic, we're going to talk about more of the ADL today, agreed upon in their joint release, which included a $500,000 donation toward causes and organizations that work to eradicate hate and intolerance in communities. He was then told he had to complete sensitivity training created by the Nets. He was then told he had to complete anti-Semitic, anti-hate training designed by the Nets, and meet with representatives from the ADL as well as Jewish community leaders in Brooklyn. And the last one was after completing steps 1 through 5, he had to meet with the owner of the Nets, Joe Tsai, and lead franchise officials and demonstrate the lessons that he learned. Okay, so this was just like a whipping, a public whipping. It made entirely no sense. And I don't think he actually ended up doing any of that because then there was outrage and outcry, rightfully so, from the Black community going, what are you doing?
I was probably one of the first guys on Twitter. And when I realized the power it had, I knew I had to be very responsible. Followers, platform, whatever you call it, I knew I had to be responsible. I try to make people happy. I try to make people smile. My formula has always been the same. 60% to make you laugh, 30% to inspire you, and 10% whatever I'm selling. You have to be aware of what you're doing. And you have to be aware that sometimes when you put stuff out, not everybody's gonna like it. Some people are conscious, some people are not. I can tell he's not conscious. He doesn't really care what's going on. But us, I know that the game that we used to love and we promote, it brings people together. And it hurts me sometimes when we have to sit up here to talk about stuff that divides the game. Now we got to answer for what this idiot has done. Now we got to answer for what this idiot has done. Now we got to answer for what this idiot has done. First of all, Adam's Jewish. You can't take my $40 million and insult my religion. You're going to insult me, you have the right, but I have the right to say, no, you're not going to take my $40 million and insult my religion. I think the NBA, they made a mistake. We have suspended people and fined people who have made homophobic slurs, and that was the right thing to do. I think if you insult the black community, you should be suspended or fined heavily, depending. I saw they did the same thing to the kid in Minnesota this year when he made the gay slur. I think you should get suspended or fined. I think him acknowledging the Alex Jones thing should have happened with that too, because that dude's crazy. And I can't believe that we ain't talking about that. We're talking about this idiot. I can't believe that we ain't talking about that. We're talking about this idiot. I can't believe that we ain't talking about that. We're talking about this idiot.
I don't know why we leaving Mouse's house. He been good to us. He feed us on Saturday. Close.
You see when Kelly and them put this, when they put these clips in here like this?
Us on Sunday, and then beat us on Monday. Or was it Tuesday? I don't know.
Jasper, I was wants to go. I was a house nigga, Jasper.
I agree with Ant 100% that we're seeing a war of information. What information is coming out by multiple groups, multiple people don't want to be talked about. You see them apologists were talking at them 7-day Adventists, they back blowing. They not, now we ain't gonna sit back and just act like this is all right. It seemed like some Catholic apologists coming out the woodworks. They coming out swinging hard. It's a war of information. Make sure you're just not eating at one restaurant. You're just not getting all your information from one source. You looking around. You'll watch a bunch of CNN and talking about, I done did my research.
What?
Jasper, don't you want freedom? We going to Promised Land. Promised Land.
Promised Land? Cleveland?
No, Jasper.
Baltimore?
No, Jasper, the Promised Land.
Oh, the Promised Land.
Then there was outrage and outcry, rightfully so, from the Black community going, what are you doing?
You responded to Josiah's comment about Kyrie on Twitter. What about that bothered you? And what about Josiah's comment? And then what, if anything, that the league has done has bothered you?
Yeah, his response was alarming to me. I tweeted it out yesterday. He didn't say that the organization was working together to get Kyrie back on the floor. He said that he had more work to do. And our society has more work to do, including Josiah. And it's 2022. It takes 10 minutes of time to see who, these business owners, corporations, etc., who they're associated with, who they're doing business with, who they're affiliated with. And I'm vice president of the union, and it's part of my job to protect our players legally. And to see Phil Knight first come out and condemn, Kyrie, and also see Josiah say he has more work to do, I think it's time for a larger conversation. And Adam came out and said a statement that he doesn't believe Kyrie Irving is anti-Semitic, yet he's still suspended indefinitely. So those are my thoughts.
So when I hear what Kyrie Irving has to go through in order to be reinstated, I'm appalled. And let me give you examples of how I feel like we don't have the same energy and hold other people who have dealt with racial tropes accountable. So when Sarah Silverman does blackface, or when Don Imus says nappy-headed hose, or when Howard Stern calls somebody the N-word in the skit, or when Brett Favre takes money from the state of Mississippi, we don't ask them to get sensitivity training. We don't ask them to donate $500,000. We don't ask them to meet with the Black National Caucus. They apologize. And then, you know what? The rest of the world moves on. But what I feel like is happening here, and that's how in the Black community, like we've been told that's how the process works, right? Think about that, Brit. That's how the process works. Oh, somebody does a blackface. Oh, it was a misunderstanding. We got it. Okay. You know, is that person really racist? Probably not. Was it ignorant? Probably so. Okay. We understand it. We move forward. We don't like it. We would love to hold them accountable. But society and having a lot of Black people in positions of power, we don't have the governability to do that. But what we feel like happens with Kyrie is even after an apology, it's not enough. We feel like there needs to be more. And a lot of people I've spoken to over the last couple of days talk about this thing. Older mentors of mine talk about buck breaking.
This was just like a whipping, a public whipping. It made entirely no sense. And I don't think he actually ended up doing any of that, because then there was outrage and outcry, rightfully so, from the Black community going, what are you doing right now? What did he do that was so wrong? And of course, because of the way my brain works, when I see the media overreact, I just go, what's in this documentary? I mean, I think that's called the Streisand effect. Like when you go so crazy about something that people wouldn't have noticed, then suddenly go, okay, well, what am I not supposed to see in this documentary? And I, of course, instantly watched it. And it was, by the way, very poorly put together, which is why it made it even crazier. It seems like a very budget film that was put together. It looks almost like a PowerPoint, to be honest. And I remember watching this going, how could this documentary have caused this much craziness in the media? And then I realized that the point of the documentary that it was making that upset, and this is why the ADL got involved, was the documentary makers, that is, were alleging that the current Jewish people that are in Israel are not, in fact, biblical Jews, and instead that the people that were brought over in the transatlantic slave trade from Africa to America were the original Hebrews, okay? So parking aside whether or not you agree with that, I have obviously no idea. How strange is it that that would cause that sort of a reaction? I mean, we live in a time where a man can say he's a woman and a woman can say that she's a man. You can quite literally wake up and pick your gender and pick your species, and people will
listen to what's being said right now, my good Christian brethren. Listen to what's being said right now.
be affectionate towards you. They feel so bad for you. They have sympathy. It's like we must do more to support these communities. They're not confused as who they are on the inside. But for Kyrie Irving, there was no grace. It was like, no, this is so wrong, and you're going to lose your entire life for even exploring that idea. What it led me to think was, it is quite sad when you consider that so many of us have no idea where we come from. Like, that to me was the bigger point, that there are so many people on this planet who have.
Now, just listen to what she's saying, and in light of the Bible, world history, you're not confused like a lot of people, and they believe the whole entire planet exists around chattel slavery. Listen real good to what's being said. In light of the Bible, must you know who you are in light of the Bible? Remember, it's not a big thing to a lot of people, because a lot of people aren't dispensationalists. Once you find out who you are in Christ, that's enough for many. This is where a lot of the confusion coming in with the people that just don't know any better.
I have no idea where they come from. I'm one of them. I can't go back beyond a couple of generations. And the reason for that is because of war. It's because of slavery. It's because of large human trafficking efforts that take place. And typically it's because, well, how does it happen? Because you should know. We should be able to say exactly which tribe we all came from in the Bible.
In the Bible, but she's saying that you don't know and you can't know because of not amnesia doctrine, because of war and just the sinful nature of mankind.
Bible, because you would just think your relative then tells their descendant and tells their descendant and tells their descendant forever. And we could just look at our family history and go, yeah, my great, all the going back Bible, this was us. But we can't do that, because you have situations where, like, a bomb is dropped, and like one kid survives, it doesn't even have a memory of his father or his mother. You have people that were separated, as African Americans were when they were first brought over from Africa. Black Americans separated from their families, being traded all across, quite literally no memory. I mean, I have part in my family. My grandfather's grandmother was fully Native American. I wish I could learn more about the Cherokee Native Americans, and her given name, because they made them change their names in North Carolina, was like Eliza, my grandfather's grandmother. I know nothing about her. And there's something about that that's spiritually very wrong.
So please keep that same energy when we're talking about anti-other things. Because just because I post a documentary doesn't mean I'm anti-Semitic, and doesn't mean that I'm automatically standing with everyone that is believing in that. So it's unfortunate timing that we're in, but I'm glad that I could stand on the truth, because I'm not afraid of these mics, these cameras. I used to be looking everyone in the eye and telling them the truth, but I'm proud of who I am. Any label that you put on me, I'm able to dismiss because I study. I know the Oxford Dictionary, you look it up, right? Just one of the biggest mistakes I had in being a kid was not knowing European or Western language until I started looking it up and understanding the definitions and why they say, if you want to trick a black person, put it in a book. I was wondering my whole life why they said that. Now I'm 30 years old and I know reading is a superpower because it helps me understand where I'm going and where I come from, like a tree with roots.
Kyrie, the documentary listed among falsehoods, it said the Holocaust didn't happen. Do you believe the Holocaust
Those falsehoods are unfortunate. And it's not that I don't believe in the Holocaust. I never said that. Never.
Wait a minute. Ron Dalton is a Holocaust denial. He denied the numbers. Because that's big right there. That's big right there.
Ever have said it. It's not come out of my mouth. I never tweeted it. I never liked anything like it. So the Holocaust in itself is an event that means something to a large group of people that suffered something that could have been avoided. No one said we had to practice racism. No one said we had to treat each other like garbage. No one said that I had to stand here today and understand that many people that come from generations 60 years ago, 40 years ago, enslaved some of my ancestors still spiritually, mentally, and emotionally, and it's still going on. You guys are asking me respectfully to speak on something that was a documentary that I had nothing to do with. I didn't make it. So just please keep that same energy when you guys are addressing me.
Kyrie, for the record, do you have any do me a favor, share this video right now. Tell people we live and we taking some questions, and I want some of my church friends to come on over here.
Semitic beliefs. Again, I'm gonna repeat. I don't know how the label becomes justified because you guys ask me the same questions over and over again. But this is not going to turn into a spin around cycle, questions upon questions. I told you guys how I felt. I respect all walks of life and embrace all walks of life. That's where I sit.
I think what people want to hear, though, is just a yes or no on that question. Yes or no.
I cannot be anti-Semitic if I know where I come from.
And one thing, and this is a big thing, by the way, so I'm really hoping that...
Now, should he have gotten more into it? I cannot be, at least Kanye said, I can be anti-Semitic when we are Shem. I'm just asking.
A lot of people who are Jewish are watching this as well. That struck me as really odd when I was learning about Sabbatianism.
And this is the importance of Candace Owens. Because prior to all of this stuff, a lot of Jewish people like Candace Owens. Let's see if they're liking her. She had their ear. So people would use things like this to really further push dialogue. Wait a minute, what is Jim saying? Dalton is a full Holocaust denier. We went through a couple chapters in that book. I got to pull that up then. I got to pull it because full and denying some things, that's a whole different story. Because what's being said here is Ron Dalton last I checked didn't deny the Holocaust. He used sources from Israeli accounts, which oddly get ignored and pushed as that he did. Yep, this is getting ready to. This is going to be interesting here.
And this really shocked me to my core because I've always told you guys I grew up with a large Jewish community. All my best friends were Jewish growing up. And I've always seen like the Star of David that is a lot of Jewish people wear as a necklace, and I thought that that was associated traditionally somehow with Judaism.
How many million subscribers Candace Owens got now? We're getting into the Star of David and certain things. What's the other two brothers would post way back in days before a lot of these YouTubers guys text Martin and them would say about the origin of the Seal of Solomon and the cult tradition and Kabbalah.
And so I was very surprised. I will ask the question, do you know the history of the Star of David? Why is it being called the Star of David? And I'm just going to just show you guys this straight up on Wikipedia. So if it's on Wikipedia, basically after they've obscured everything, that just must mean that it's just such an irreversible fact, because you wouldn't even want to admit this. But this is what the entry shows you about the Star of David, because it's actually a very recent thing that has been adopted from the Jewish community. Okay, it's not something.
She said recent, but some people, a lot of cultists claim it come from Solomon and his temple and a ring and controlling demons. Occultist history is different from regular history. Some people would say Israel Grace, are you are you campish? Ish is a suffix. What do you mean by that? What is somebody Polish? Because I know we're gonna go with the Jewish thing, like childish. Help us out, Israel Grace. Well, what about someone that is Polish? That ISH, because a lot of people saying some of the claims that a lot of you people are making just simple, and you folk had to have dropped out of school. Y'all a little bit ignorant. Now, is that because they don't want to deny straight facts? On top of, I guess you can add in books like An Invention of the Jewish People. These people are telling you who they are and all that other stuff. Let me see if I can find that DNA video. When that other guy told me he is the receipt, but his DNA ain't what y'all DNA is. But y'all will get to sharing this information and saying and doing anything to prove a point.
Things stemming from the ancient times, and this is exactly what it reads. It reads that it is a derivative of the Seal of Solomon, was used for decorative and mystical purposes by Muslims and Kabbalistic Jews. I want you to remember that, okay? So it's a derivative of the Seal of Solomon. King Solomon was used for decorative and mystical purposes by Muslims and Kabbalistic Jews. It also goes on to say that only around 1 millennium later did the star begin to be used as a symbol to identify Jewish communities, a tradition that seems to have started in Prague before the 17th century. I want you to remember that as well. And from there spread to much of Eastern Europe in the 19th century. It came to be adopted by European Jews as a symbol to represent Jewish religion or identity in the same manner the Christian cross identified the religion's believers. The symbol became representative of the worldwide Zionist community after it was chosen as the central symbol on a flag at the first Zionist Congress in 1897. So this is a recent symbol. But I'm going to show you that there is a mention of that star. It is called something else in the Bible. It is referred to, I'm going to just dig this up for you, something that is known as the Star of Remphan in the Bible, okay? And I'm going to show you that star right now. Here's a picture of it. Oh, you You can see if you're Jewish, you're going, oh, that's the Star of David. You can see on that left side there, by the way, that you see a goat and you see it looks like a pharaoh up top there. So you're going, okay, I don't associate this with Judaism whatsoever. And in the Bible, here's where it's mentioned. It says, ye took up the tabernacle.
Okay, I gotta wait. Let me turn on my phone. Internet connection problems. Can't hear you. Sister Davis, can you hear me? We hear nothing if you were talking. Type of one right now. I have to wait. You heard the video, but you didn't hear me. Tell me if you hear me and the video right now.
Tabernacle of Moloch
Both talking
and
now.
the star of your god Remphan, figures which ye made to worship them, and I will carry you away beyond Babylon. It's also referenced later. It says, ye have borne the tabernacle of your Moloch and your Chian, your images, the star of your God, which ye made to yourself. So what is this referring to? It's referring to the ancient Canaanites.
Candace Owens provides a wealth of information, but I believe her focus is misdirected. She aims to awaken people bound by the Abrahamic religions rather than starting with her own people. Although she discusses issues similar to those of Hebrew Israelites and engage with our arguments, her efforts seem to stall there. She's attempting to bridge and unify different religions, but within Christianity alone, there's a substantial challenge in overcoming more than 33,000 denominations. So have we been exposed to witchcraft and charms through the so-called Abrahamic religions and their related media platforms? Are we under a hex? What is a hex? Let's go to the etymology dictionary online. Let's see what it says about this word hex. And I'm just going to focus on what's highlighted in red. It reads, to practice witchcraft, to hex, witch, magic spell, a witch, the devil, sorcerer. The word forming hexa, which means 6, appears before vowels and in some chemical compound words. This leads us to the hexagram. What is a hexagram? A hexagram is the familiar design of two interlocked triangles. It's generally supposed to have represented the Jewish faith since the time of David or Solomon. Therefore, this hexagram is known as Magen David, the shield of David, or the Star of David, or Solomon's seal. Actually, the hexagram had nothing to do with either David or Solomon. It was not mentioned in Jewish literature until the 12th century AD and was not adopted as a Jewish emblem until the 17th century. The real history of the hexagram began with Tantric Hinduism, where it represented union of the sexes. The downward pointing triangle was the female primordial image, or yani yantra, existing for the universe. In the course of infinite time, the goddess received a spark of light within her triangle. Many people are influenced by the hexagram, commonly known as the Star of David, and some use misleading teaching to promote it.
Now, we got to be careful with that, because some black men are now in this family, and we the black Jews, Dr. Ben will show you the two triangles and say it come from Egypt, and it's symbolic of the 12 hours of the day and the night. So one symbol can be used in different places all around the world. That's like when people get into symbolism and say, oh, this is Freemasonry, this is Illuminati. You have to be careful, because one symbol can be used different places at different times with different meanings. Y'all got to remember that right there, but we'll keep going. The Jewish people have that star because they want to hex you, put a spell on you.
Diana says, we have a friend who seems to want to delve more and more deeply into conspiracy theories. He told us that the Star of David is actually a satanic symbol widely used in pagan and occult areas. The only thing I can find on the internet about it is that it was introduced by Mr. Rothschild in the 40s and that he was not a believer but had ties to the occult. Can you please tell us the truth behind this symbol? And we are Messianic believers, and we would like to be able to confront these anti-Semitic theories with truth. Thank you for your response. All right, well, let me just tell you, Diana, I've heard this stuff before over the years. I heard you are absolutely right. It's born out of anti-Semitic thinking. It's born out of anti-Semitic thinking. People who want to be opposed to Israel will find anything they can to complain about Israel, anything that is accepted as being the things of Israel, whether it being a kippah or a talit or a Star of David or some other symbology that is associated with Israel. They always want to tie it back to the cult. Here's the reason why. Well, we know we don't want to have anything to do with the devil, right? We don't want to have anything to do with the symbols of the devil. And if all of a sudden all of these things that are symbols of Israel are symbols of the devil, well, then guess what the logic is? So you stay away from Israel and anything to do with Israel.
Now, this is garbage of propaganda right here. Because clearly the Star of David is connected with magic and the occult. Now, if y'all want to have good magic and Kabbalah and dealing with energies and forces, and there's a good side and a bad side to it, like black and white magic, that's one thing. But don't give me this nonsense. Don't pee on me and tell me it's raining. This is nonsense. This is nonsense he's talking. This is nonsense and garbage. Fair use. And you can reject the star and support Israel. Everything don't have to be a package deal.
I want to remind you of something. Israel is the name of the kingdom. That's the name of the kingdom. So do you think there's a possibility that the devil, who hates the kingdom of God, could possibly conjure up some lies to deceive people, to get you to follow a lie and get you to go away from the things of the Lord? Yeah, I think that's been his dominant tactic throughout the entire history of mankind. So here's what I say when somebody comes up to me and wants to talk to me about, well, you know, the Star of David, you know, it's a satanic symbol. Get out of my face. Get behind me, Satan. I'm not listening to your lies. You go sell that lie stuff down in the ditch. You get down there with the rest of your anti-Semitic idiots. We're serving the Lord here. And we're going to pursue the light, not the darkness. And we don't waste our energy on stupid arguments going around to defame other people. Believe me, there's enough demons in this world and there's enough evil in this world. We don't have to go searching for it out of God's people. Let's encourage God's people and strengthen God's people and edify people and seek that which is pure and kind instead of trying to find complaint with something that we see as a common thing associated with Israel or with God's people. What a bunch of wasted time. So I really don't waste any of my time on those people. And what I would say is I'm not interested in discussing any of this with you, and you need to stop wasting your time on this.
So is this so-called Star of David biblical? Absolutely not. What's the origin of the Star of David? Magen David, which is called the Shield of David, the so-called Star of David or hexagram constructed of two interlocked triangles.
Now we got to park right here for a minute. Listen to Most Excellent. There's a lot of similarities between his response and the way Kelly typically responds, i.e. refusing to answer and calling people anti-Semitic. Why? That's how come I often say, all y'all Jews the same. Can't nobody speak against y'all. Y'all gonna shut somebody's job down. A Jew is a Jew is a Jew is a Jew. A lot of y'all moving all the same way. But this one want to call that group fake. Y'all got all the same. Y'all got the same scriptures. Y'all got a lot of similar beliefs. Y'all got a lot of similar behavior, should I say? No, they the fake. They the wicked people. We'll keep going though. Somebody's a liar out here. Can we agree on that? Somebody's a liar.
Now accepted as a symbol of Judaism. Actually, it was not associated with Judaism.
Now, when we deal with the Bible and we deal with the curses, remember another master in Israel, Gorilla Hebrew, said all the curses don't have to be on all of y'all at the same time. Because y'all want to give them each scripture. What curses they've been through? And then we'll look at the, matter of fact, we got to spend a day on the curses. Then we got to look at dirty, filthy Africans and see if any of them fit the curses.
Until the late Middle Ages and was not officially accepted as a Jewish symbol until the 17th century. The original source of the Magen David was the Tantric Great Yantra, which stood for union of the sexes, the downward pointing triangle being female, the upward pointing one male, the two signifying the eternal union of God and goddess. Capitalistic sex worship brought the Yantra into Jewish tradition, but later puritanical elements obscured its original meaning. So many people are influenced by the hexagram symbol through various Abrahamic religions, and they are also affected by the hex of the five-pointed star. See, the five-pointed star, the pentagram, is also known as the pentacle. The pentacle, based on the symbol of the goddess core in the apple core, the pentacle or pentagram was worshipped by Pythagorean mystics who called it pentalpha, the birth letter interlaced 5 times. Its meaning was given as life or health. Some called it the star of Ishtar or of Isis or of Isis's underworld twin Nephthys. In Egypt, the five-pointed star represented the underground womb. Use of the pentacle as an amulet of protection or healing was common in Babylon, where it was often drawn on pots to preserve their contents. The amulet, known as the 7 seals, shows a pentacle as the first of its holy signs. According to Judeo-Christian traditions, the seal was supposed to represent the secret names of God.
You see what happened when you read in these different definitions of symbols? You go to Pythagorean mysteries and occult what don't have anything to do with the Old Testament, and you're just reading different definitions. Now he's reading in the Jewish Christian tradition what it means. Same symbol in different traditions, groups, or organizations have different meanings.
And the pentacle was the chief of them, inscribed on King Solomon's magic ring. Thus, it was sometimes erroneously called Solomon's seal. However, it was more closely connected with pagan deities than with the Jewish.
So let me ask you, I'm talking to the Black Hebrew Israelites right now, Black folk in here that believe that they're Jewish. Did y'all, yes or no, did y'all have any of these symbols, or did they come from European Jewry years and years later? That's a question for y'all. That's a straight question. That don't tell me nothing about Israel. That's a straight question I'm asking y'all. Did y'all have an occult tradition that had any of these symbols? Because y'all will get to talking in here. You let a white Jew and just saying simple stuff and not answering no questions. It's a plain, straight question. And if you don't know the answer, you just don't know the answer.
A pentacle with one point straight down represented the horned god, whom Neoplatonic philosophers called pentamorph. He of the 5 shapes. He appeared in human form as well as the 4 horned animals, bull, ram, goat, and stag.
You see this on the Israeli flag. You see this as a symbol everywhere. The Star of David, the Jewish star is thought of it. But others say, no, that is a satanic symbol. And this is a further proof that God is not with modern Israel and that Judaism is a satanic religion. and that the Jewish people are under a satanic curse. The anti-Semites will be quick to point to all of this. So what about the Star of David? Is it true that it has been used as a sign in satanic circles? Absolutely. Is it true that it has been used as a sign of Israel, the Jewish people, in Jewish history? Yes, it's true. In and of itself, it is neutral.
Wait a minute. Man, now I can respect Dr. Brown a little bit. We're going to see. We're going to see. Let me see how far he go. We're going to see.
In and of itself, it is just a star with a certain number of points on it. That's all it is. You said, no, but I've seen it.
Do you have symbols? Who in here done studied the occult? Do you have symbols that can be used for good or for evil? Are stars used in the Bible anyway? Good or evil? Stars representing angels? Do stars represent messengers of God or pastors? Some people in the cult say certain things are like a gun. You can use a gun to kidnap, kill, and rape, and you can use a gun to protect your entire family, kill animals, and hunt, and eat, and live. Let me see how Dr. Brown handles this, because I got my good eye. I'm watching him, and I'm watching y'all too.
The points represent demonic. Listen, in and of itself, it is a simple drawing, a simple artwork. Many years ago, my dad told me the story about a man in prison for sex crimes.
Yes, man.
And the psychologist sits down with him and draws a picture of a line just across the page like this. And he says, what do you see? And he gives him some photograph.
Med said GDs use star. Now, GDs are group. Y'all, we can't even get into the whole thing with them. But different people use different things. Now, are there some people that use the Star of David and they're not involved in anything dangerous or violent or hammers and drugs and block work? And are there some people that would use the same star?
Description. He goes, what? Then he draws a circle. What do you see? And the guy gives him a pornographic answer. Psychologist says, what? Then he draws a square. Same thing. And the psychologist said to him, sir, you have a filthy mind. He goes, what? You're the one showing me the pornographic pictures. No, they were just lines and circles. These are just images with no meaning in themselves.
What? All images have meaning.
Israel is celebrating 75 years of independence, and Stars of David are to be seen everywhere. But Star of David is not really a Jewish symbol. On the Temple Mount, Haram al-Sharif, you can see Islamic buildings from the Mamluk period that has Stars of David. Let's check the Ottoman walls of the city. Here's Damascus Gate, and not too far from it, yes, that's right, Star of David. At the north.
Abu, does the good doctor, I'm a Dr. Kelly, have a coherent definition of the Israelite? I think a good bit of these Israelites just want to say that they're separate from Jews, and a Jew and an Israelite is not the same thing, if you would agree with that. I think that's the one thing that I get from almost all of those that I've had discussions with.
Northeast corner of the old city, we have Herod's Gate.
Now, where we delve in, like people would say the devil's in the detail. Who's an Israelite? If you're a convert, can you be an Israelite in bloodline? That's the nonsense we've been stuck in. That's like quicksand. We've been stuck in that nonsense. And everybody's been given different definitions of an Israelite. Oh, those are converts. They were among us, but they're not really considered an Israelite. And others say, no, if they come in the covenant and they're part of the, they're part of the congregation and they keep the law, statutes, and commandments, they are considered Israelite, even though they're not bloodline. Then we compound the confusion with trying to put the DNA on the people. But they don't have the DNA, but we have the true Israelite DNA. Oh, my man hit me yesterday. He said, hopefully, I'm really hoping that them brothers from NHIT, we can really go somewhere with this Israelite thing and the DNA and their connection in Africa and what we're going to, hopefully, I think we've exhausted that whole thing, but hopefully something's going to become of it.
Gate or Babylon.
Some new information is going to come out that everybody in the community has been missing, and they can add in that sense. I got an email about him, and we discussing, he was discussing Leo and stuff, and a lot of the stuff that went down yesterday. Leo.
With Sahara, and yes, that's right. When you enter it, you'll see 2 Stars of David. I've found 1 Star of David in the Muslim quarter, and next to the tomb of Prophet Samuel, northwest Jerusalem. Ottoman buildings with Stars of David and crescents. Antique dealers are selling Islamic coins from medieval times.
Now look at this. Now look at this. Now look at this. Israelites don't accept converts. Now, what scripture that's at? Now, where's this coming from? Y'all understand what's going on here? Nobody can't see nothing wrong but me. Israelites don't accept converts. They are black. Jeremiah, Father God, in the name of the Lord Jesus. Now, we're not saying that they weren't dark Israelites, but Jeremiah 14 ain't it. That ain't it.
Including, yes, a UB coin with a Star of David.
So remember, a pentacle with one point straight down represented the horned god. The question is, who is the horned god?
Okay, most excellent. No converts in the inner court. Now y'all going somewhere. Woo, that temple. Oh, man, y'all are mess with this here. Bloodline only in the temple. Wait a minute. I can't make this up. Yo, let me just stop right now with the comments. Bloodline only. Somebody go get Timothy Isaac and arrest them. Bloodline only. Beyond this point, only birth, no adoption, no adopted children.
Horned god is the goat demon Molech. Candace Owens might consider shifting her focus from defending her Catholic faith against Frankism to exploring the Talmudic teachings within Judaism, which endorsed the worship of Molech. Here's the proof. What does the Jewish Talmudic literature say about Molech? Let's go to the.
Let me wear my jacket. Let me call Seminary Cove right now. They don't want to give you no problems. It's just like you're limited. You being a convert, you're limited. You're the adopted child and you want everything. You want the paintings, you want the whole will and all of the birthright children, and you just can't have it. There's a little something for you, but you want everything.
Talmud Sanhedrin, section 64a. It reads, "He who gives his seed to Molech incurs no punishment unless he delivers it to Molech and causes it to pass through the fire. If he gave it to Molech but did not cause it to pass through the fire or the reverse, he incurs no penalty unless he does both." The Mishnah teaches idolatry and giving to Molech. Rabbi Abin said, our Mishnah is in accordance with the view that Molech worship is not idolatry, for it has been taught, if one causes his seed to pass through the fire, whether to Molech or to any other idol, he is liable, in other words, to death. Rabbi Eliezer, son of Rabbi Simeon, said, if to Molech, he is liable. If to another idol, he is not.
This what I hate right here. This what get folk mad. Abraham was converted to a monotheistic faith. Was Abraham a convert? For those of y'all that talking about bloodline and Abraham and you can't go past the inner court and all of that stuff, and y'all got to stay in the outer court and what gate of the Gentiles and all this other stuff. Jacob was converted to Israel. The founding father were themselves converts. Can y'all speak to that? What's the other brother that was just saying that? Can you speak to that? Where's his name at? Where's the other one that just said that? Bloodline. Can you speak to the Abraham situation? Because you're saying bloodline only. And how can you tell your bloodline today? Everybody that came on the slave ships was bloodline and bloodline only. The curses are on bloodline only. I want this brother right here to explain to it. To explain that, who I got your name up on the screen. I don't want to jack your name up, but I got your name up. I want you to explain what Covey just said in there. Can you speak to that? And only bloodline came on the slave ships.
The horned goat demon, Molech, also known as Baphomet, was conceptualized by Eliphas Levi, a key figure in Freemasonry. This is coming from BBC News, decoding symbols on Satan's statue. It reads, the name dates back to the Inquisition and torture of the Knights Templar about 1100 who, according to French chroniclers of the
Now listen to, oh no, too many women in here. I get myself jacked up. J-Jack's got some work for y'all. Most excellent seminary cult. Abu, she talking to you. I'm going to put this on some of y'all. In Jewish culture, does the firstborn, let's deal with the Bible right now. Let me call that green. I'm sick of y'all. J-Jack's tired playing around with y'all. In Jewish culture, does the firstborn, come on, y'all Christians don't know the Bible? In Jewish culture, does the firstborn son get the same exact inheritance as his siblings? I'm not moving. Jason Booth, I'm not moving until y'all answer that. We're gonna park right here. I gotta stop playing games with these folks. I'm gonna park right here. Let me get this link ready. Y'all gonna answer this question. Come on, Kobe. You got a lot to say, right? Oh boy, here this one, boy. Lord, I can't do nothing around these folks. In Jewish culture, I know y'all 18 seconds behind me. In Jewish culture, does the firstborn son get the same exact inheritance as his siblings? Where's this other one at? Because some of this stuff is getting ready to go, getting ready to go sideways. Yep. And yes, only Israelites on the ships. Oh, so a convert, somebody that's not even bloodline, it's not even considered an Israelite. Oh my goodness, they can seem like they come with, maybe it's just misunderstanding. I ain't gonna say they come with a bag of confusion. Maybe it's misunderstanding. There's two things on the floor. Only bloodline were on the slave ships, and J-Jax asked the question. I'm going to throw in according to the Bible. Monk Runner said dependent. According to the Bible, does the firstborn get more than the rest of the descendants? Because if Israel is the firstborn, Cotton, what's good with you? We appreciate you, brother. This is, we gotta, only these two groups can enter the inner courts. Only these two groups can enter the inner court. Only the sons of God, who are those, just help us out, and Israelites. Only the sons of God. Oh yeah, this is getting ready to, no, they're gonna be mad at me. Yeah, they're getting ready to be mad at me. Oh man, this is, hold on, y'all. I gotta put the link out there. Please don't come up here. Please don't come up here, amen. But there's some stuff on the floor that should be discussed. Fair use.
Crusades confessed to worshiping a heathen idol called Baphomet. Some scholars believe Baphomet was simply a corruption of the Prophet Muhammad. But over the years, as the mystery and speculations around the Templars has grown, so too have the interpretations of the word. The best known modern image of Baphomet was drawn in 1856 by the French occultist Eliphas Levi in the book Transcendental
Kelly's doing good right here.
Doctrine and Ritual. He envisaged a winged hermaphrodite with a torch between his horns and a pentagram on his forehead. Levi's Baphomet was a hermaphrodite with breasts, but we took off the breast, says Greaves. The temple did not want to get embroiled in a debate about gender, and this is the image of the Baphomet.
And we got to talk about that Baphomet high symbolism. Y'all see them pointing up and pointing down, high symbolism. Hermaphrodite, yin and yang, and people got scripture for your behinds too, but I don't want to get on that. I don't want to get on, other stuff is on the floor right now. Let me go back. Was Shem even the firstborn? Wait a minute, something else I just missed. No, she said, Berean, you're setting yourself up for screaming. No, we good. We can have most of 100 people in here are regulars. We should be able as grown folk to talk this out, because some good stuff was put on the table. Don't worry, worst come to worst. You don't have to play blame game. Put this on J-Jack. She started this nonsense. You said, why Berean doing this to himself? We just talking, y'all. Because we got to find out about the outer court, the inner court, and who were on the slave ships. And then y'all say the curses fell on all Israel. I thought that were converts, proselytes, and everybody in 70 AD and 132. Yeah, they got to make this line up with history. They got to make this line up with history. This, I don't know if y'all doing a good job with this. That means almost everybody in 70 AD was bloodline. We got to find where the curse is going to fall on. Just give me 2 scriptures where curses fall on bloodline alone.
Notice the pentagraph or the forehead, and notice the breast. Eliphas Levi, a key Mason who meshed the Kabbalistic teachings with Luciferian doctrine, laying the foundation to Masonic rituals. So let's take a look at this source here, Eliphas Levi and the Kabbalah. Let's see what it reveals in terms of what Eliphas Levi believed and promoted. It reads, what is more absurd? And
okay, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. He came among his own, and his own received him not, but to as many as received him. So the ones that received him were proselytes. He came among his bloodline, and the bloodline, they watching you shaky. Everybody in 70 AD was bloodline. Sound like baseless speculation. Y'all just saying anything and we got to accept it. Then y'all watch, they're going to get mad. Bereans don't love Israel. Watch, they're going to get mad. We just saying, okay, Mr. Spiritual. Bloodline is carnal. Being in Christ is spiritual. Well, Paul did allude to that. All right, let me see. Hold on. Let me see what else I'm talking about. I commend you to God and to the word of his grace, which is able to build you up and give you an inheritance among all those who are sanctified. But everybody that's sanctified is bloodline. You ain't, I don't know if they can think, they may not accept that. Everybody in 70 AD, was not bloodline. I don't. Type of 1 if y'all believe everybody in 70 AD and that was affected by that were bloodline. Luke 21, for you Luke 21 people, they were all bloodline. When Jesus was talking and like many would say prophesying in Luke 21 that you'll be scattered, that's all bloodline. Type of 1, this is so important to me. If y'all do, all right, some of y'all hate me, but if y'all just do it for me, type of 1 if y'all believe that to be, all right, Israel Grace, about time you said something I agree with. Type of 1 if y'all agree with that. Ruddy Bruce said, what would make you say that most of them were Ruddy Bruce? Where do y'all get this stuff from? Seminary Cove said they were never all bloodline. Where do y'all get this stuff from? What's making you think this way? Y'all got to have something that make you say what you're saying. That's all I'm saying. No, they were not all bloodline because they said they had never been in captivity, John 8. They would have knew about bondage in Egypt when he talked about them people. We were never in bondage. How can real Israelites say that to Jesus when they knew that their descendants came out of Egypt?
And more impious than to attribute the name of Lucifer to the devil, that is, to personified evil. The intellectual Lucifer is the spirit of intelligence and love. It is the paraclete, in other words, an advocate. It is the Holy Spirit, where the physical Lucifer is the great angel of universal.
Blavatsky, all of them believe that the Holy Spirit is Lucifer. Luciferians teach that right there. There's a whole other thing he's reading right here, but I want to get on this bloodline and I want to stay on this bloodline and who these people are and how we understand that in light of prophecy or wherever, because y'all not pulling this. Maybe y'all pulling it out of thin air. Oh boy. Go ahead, bro. Let's hear it from Israel Descent. What's good with you?
Grace and peace, man. I can't talk long. I just wonder why you can't see my comments.
No. But go ahead and say it. I know if you can't talk, go ahead. I'm gonna mute myself. Go ahead and say it.
What? I don't know. My phone loading up. That's why I say you try to see the comments. I really can't talk right now.
No, I can't. No, I can't see the comments. Let me see. What can I do? Somebody hit me and tell me what I can do to see his comments. I might have to go and let the video. I can't even let the video play and go out and come back in, or call back when you could talk. I thought you would. So you can't say nothing right now. You agree with that bloodline thing? Yes or no? Before you go.
What bloodline thing? That only bloodline Israel? Or was on the ship?
Yes.
Yeah, I do. I agree with it. I can't say I don't. I agree with it.
Wow. All right. Call back when you can then. I can't believe this. Type of 1. Who else agree with him on this? Well, y'all different. Y'all just be saying.
Magnetism. Now let's go to this source, Baskin-Wade Dictionary of Satanism, and this is going to give you a deeper understanding of Eliphas Levi and his influence on a key individual that helped take the Luciferian doctrine to a whole nother level. This is coming from, again, Dictionary of Satanism by Wade Baskins. Levi Eliphas, French magician and author of works on the occult. Eliphas Levi, whose real name was Alphonse Louis Constant, claimed to have summoned up the ghost of Apollonius of Tyana in London in 1854. Born in Paris about 1810, he is said to have been reincarnated as Aleister Crowley. A.E. Waite, the learned English occultist, said that Levi's doctrine and ritual contained the secrets of an occult society into which Levi had been initiated and from which he had been expelled. One of the earliest Americans influenced by Eliphas Levi was the prominent Masonic writer Albert Pike. Morals and Dogma revealed entire sections Pike took verbatim from the works of Levi. Through the influence of Eliphas Levi and Albert Pike, the integration of Judaism with Luciferian doctrine became a foundational element of Freemasonry. This is coming from the Morals and Dogma of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of
all of this is right and exact. All of this is, I'm bear witness, but all of this right here is right and exact. Kelly on point with all of this he reading right here.
Prepared for the Supreme Council of the 33rd degree. On page 321, it reads, Lucifer, the light bearer, strange and mysterious, name to give to the spirit of darkness. Lucifer, the son of the morning. Is it he who bears the light, and with its splendor intolerable blinds feeble, sensual, or selfish souls? Doubt it not, for traditions are full of divine revelations and inspirations, and inspiration is not of one age. I want to make a key point. Morals and Dogma does not contain any quotes of Albert Pike telling the initiates to worship Lucifer. However, General Albert Pike, Grand Commander, Sovereign Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry, did give the following instructions to the 23rd Supreme Councils of the world. Instructions to the 23 Supreme Councils of the World by Albert Pike, July 14th, 1889, recorded by A.C. de la Rive. It reads, that which we must say to the crowd is we worship a God. It is the God that one adores without superstition. To you, Sovereign Grand Master Inspectors General, we say this, that you may...
Now, is this from the Lady Queensborough that wrote under that pen name? Hold on, all right, these are scriptures. That's what the whole beef about the proselyte and those Jews who descended from proselytes. Man, yeah, y'all are definitely split on that right there. This is something different here.
They repeat it to the brethren of the 32nd, 31st, and 30th degrees. The Masonic religion should be by all of us initiates of the high degrees maintained in the purity of the Luciferian doctrine. If Lucifer were not God, would Adonai, the God of the Christians, whose deeds prove his cruelty, perfidy, and hatred of, without ugliness, no white without black? For the absolute can only exist as two gods, darkness being necessary for the light to serve as its foil, as the pedestal is necessary to the statue and the brake to the locomotive. Thus, the doctrine of Satanism is a heresy, and the true and pure philosophical religion is the belief in Lucifer, the equal of Adonai. But Lucifer, God of light and God of good, is struggling for humanity against Adonai, the God of darkness and evil. See, Freemasonry, in conjunction with the Abrahamic religions, promotes the veneration of the hexagram through the square and the compass of the Freemasons, and the pentagram through the Eastern stars. There is another lesser known fact that many Freemasons may not be aware of.
Now, I want to see if Kelly is just connecting and saying all of this to connect Freemasonry with the nation of Israel and just saying they're wrong based on this. I want to see where he's going with this.
regarding the letter G, suspended at the center of the square and the compass. This is coming from the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. God, G-O-D, the initials of Gomer, Oz, Dabar. It is a single coincidence and worthy of thought that the letter composing the English name of deity should be the initials of the Hebrew word wisdom.
Go ahead, brother. You wanted to say something on the bloodline comment? You're muted. You know you're muted. We can't hear you. You got to unmute yourself.
Strength and beauty. The three great pillars or metaphorical supports of masonry, they seem to present almost the only reason that and reconcile a mason to the use of the initial G. In its conspicuous suspension in the east of the lodge, in the place of the delta, the incident seems to be more than just an accident. Dabar, wisdom. Oz, strength. Gomer, beauty. Freemasonry promotes the worship of Gomer, the son of Japheth, and his descendants. Gomer is the father of Ashkenaz in modern times, identified as Germans. Genesis chapter 10, beginning at verse 1, it reads, Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and unto them were sons born after the flood.
What's the Genesis 10 problem with the awakening? So many emails I've gotten throughout the years. Really, like if the church, if y'all would just focus on Genesis 10, it's telling you what's what. Don't listen to Dr. Brown. Just look at Genesis 10. Berean, do you believe the Bible?
Sons of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshach, and Tyrus. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, Rithah, Togarmah. And the sons of Javan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. Let's connect some of the other sons of Japheth and his offsprings to some of the modern people groups of today. Ashkenaz, Germany. Meshach, Moscow. Togarmah, Armenians, Germany, and Turkey. Madai, Medes, in other words, Persians.
Is this enough to show you just right here with this last 1 minute of talking that those people that he's mentioning right here, anybody that's considered Jews that come from these countries are not them folk? I know y'all 18 seconds behind. Go ahead, Abu. I'm mute myself.
Well, I wanted to answer that. You can hear me all right?
Everybody can hear you clearly.
Okay, beautiful. No, I just wanted to say, because you asked that question about Genesis 10, what I would say is as you said, there's so many Hebrew Israelites who invoke that. They think that this just settles it, but there's a huge inconsistency in their approach, right? Right. So many of them can grasp a proposition, like consider this proposition. Even though this modern population is called Egypt, that doesn't mean they're the biblical Egyptians, right? All of them understand that. Or you could say, you could point to the modern state called Israel, and you could say, even though this modern population is called Israel, that doesn't mean they're the biblical Israel, right? Everybody understands that. But somehow these folks will turn around and they'll and sort of insist on this line of reasoning, which basically amounts to this modern population is called Ashkenaz, therefore it must be the biblical Ashkenaz. Like it's their own methodology suddenly breaks down. That's suddenly a double standard, you know? It's a completely different standard. And so that's why that appeal to Genesis 10 is so hard to take seriously, and it's so inconsistent. Now, as for this question of like, does this demonstrate that these populations can't be Israelites, or that there can't be Israelites amongst them? I mean, I think it's preposterous, this sort of thing. But then again, with Kelly, who knows what his definition of Israelite is at this point? I know he used to hold to a patrilineal definition, but you know, he seems to have clearly abandoned that, you know, with his appeals to autosomal DNA and all this kind of stuff. You know, either he doesn't understand DNA or he's abandoned a patrilineal definition of Israelite, or you know, he also has this thing where he's alluded to the fact that if you descend from a European, you know, the Most High can still cleanse your blood. So that seems to be, I don't know, but it seems like it might be a concession to those who clearly have European haplogroups and stuff like that.
Now, wait a minute, because you've been following him for a while. You say that was You don't remember that from 4 years ago? Like, you think his position on DNA changed?
So it's so hard to. I don't know about DNA, but his position on the definition of Israelite seems to have changed. And what I mean is, I remember, and I probably have a clip somewhere.
Yeah, somebody try to find that.
Where he's clearly affirmed a patrilineal definition of Israelite, right? I remember that. And so if he's defining Israelite paternally, then whether or not you're an Israelite is determined based on whether or not you descend from Jacob on your strict father's line. But the thing is, when he would appeal to autosomal DNA on a paternal definition, that should be irrelevant, but he would lean that way. And then, when it started coming out that some of these prominent people within these circles have European haplogroups and therefore descend paternally from Europeans, right around that same time, Kelly started talking about how, well, even if you descend from a European, the Most High can cleanse your blood. Now, maybe that's just a coincidence, but it seemed like he was trying to put that up there as a concession to those who have these European paternal lines. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But so at the very least, I'm not going to say necessarily that he changed his position, but at the very least, his position is unclear at this point. So it also becomes pointless to sort of say, well, this person is an Israelite and that person isn't an Israelite. It's like, well, wait, how are we defining Israelite first? Then, once we have a definition, then we have a better chance of determining who within a population does or does not fit that definition. But without a definition, we can't.
Based on what you said earlier, look at the screen. So who is the real Ashkenazi then?
Oh, I wouldn't know. But who knows? Now, there could be people who descend from the biblical Ashkenaz existing within the modern population called Ashkenazis. But the point is that you don't determine who does or does not descend from them merely from that name. Just like you could say there could be authentic descendants of Israel, of the biblical Israel existing within the modern population called Israel, or there could be descendants of the biblical Egyptians existing amongst the modern Egyptians, right? But the point is you don't determine that just from the name. That's the whole point.
You hear that? You don't determine that just from the name. Y'all have any other questions on this right here? You're going to see if you can try to find that video? Or you at work still?
Oh, I'm at work, but I could look for the clip and maybe send it to you. I'm sure there's a clip where he's discussed paternal lines. And then the question.
Yeah, do that, please.
All right, go ahead.
All right,
all right, I'll jump off. God bless.
And peoples of India, Gomer, people living in the area of the Black Sea, Germany, and Wales. The scriptures identify them as being the Isle of the Gentiles. In other words, the nations that live near the waters, that live near the islands.
The Canaanites were a brutal and a wicked culture. They frequently engaged in behavior that was considered obviously immoral and decadent, right? A list of the sins that Israel was told to avoid at all costs. Those sins.
Now, remember, as a Catholic Christian woman with over 2 million followers, look at what Candace is saying. Is she coming into the awakening? Is she just talking and is she attempting to trace some of the history of these people? Remember, she spoke and it wasn't favorably about dispensationalism and the nation of Israel, and she sounded like a female Tex Mars. Let's just keep listening. I can say it's Steve Anderson now because he's different. But let's keep going. But she's clearly seeing some type of power. Anybody in power makes some moves like some of these people are making moves. Let's just see where Candace is going with this.
Included the Canaanites partook in incest, in child sacrifice, in homosexuality, and in bestiality. Now, in your mind, you're going, okay, that sounds familiar. We spoke about this as well when I was telling you guys about the Kazarian kingdom. And I think somebody asked a question yesterday, like, oh, do you know about the Kazars? And
Kazarian kingdom. She's not a historian, but she's looking into some stuff. She's playing some videos and she's having discussions. Now, these are talking points of who? Who have we heard these talking points from before? I'm only talking to Christians right now. That's not claiming Israel.
I had mentioned to you that, yes, I'm very aware, by the way, because I think that is what was mentioned also in that documentary that Kyrie Irving shared, was that for a period of time, a lot of Israeli historians were writing books and receiving awards for having traced their lineage to the Khazars. Very similar story with that kingdom before it was crushed by Russia and Persia.
Now, that's the 13th tribe. We've heard years ago, we heard Stephen Darby touching on the same thing, and a lot of other people. For you Candace people, y'all like Candace for a change, right? Let's just see what's going on here.
What we're gonna do right here is go back, way back into time.
This person writes about a Cody's conspiracy, just gives a thumb up. Thank you. This person says, I'm glad that you brought up the Frankists. You should look into the Khazars and the origin of the Ashkenazis. BTW, did you know the origin of the word Cabal comes from Kabbalah? Yes, I did. I figured that, by the way, as I was digging into this. And yes, there is a Israeli historian named Abraham Pollock. And there's actually a lot of historians prior to World War II who received awards for saying that the origins of, which is why it was stunning to me to see Kyrie Irving treated in the way that he was treated, 6 steps to get back to your life, because he shared a documentary which was theorizing that the original Jews, I actually didn't watch the end of the documentary, but the point was he was making that documentary suggested that the people that are inhabiting Israel today are not the biblical Jews. That was
that's the heart of the documentary. That's the heart of the awakening. Abu said some of these were talking points of certain Anglo-Israel types. Yes, British Israelism, all them other Europeans that were saying that they were Jews. Candace is an Israelite. She learned from Kanye. So y'all got information that we don't have? She thinks she's a black in America. That's what she said. But y'all know that she's an Israelite. So she's just ashamed to say it publicly, or she's moving by like an Israelite. Her speech is betraying her, but she's not coming out and saying it because that name is damned in the earth. At least it's damned in America. Mess around with you campers. Nobody want to be identified with Israel. Mess around with some of y'all, because it ain't nothing filled with hate and disdain for all the other nations. There are people in that the name you should stay away from. So she's an Israelite on the low, or you just stepping out by faith saying that? And she just claimed to be a black woman that's coming to a Catholic faith. Because she seemed to be real vocal about what she believes, what she knows, and what she's looking into, and what she doesn't know.
the point of why he got into trouble. I cannot tell you one way or another. I have not gone into any anthropological research. But what I can tell you is that prior to World War II, and you again can pivot to your browser right now and look up a man named Abraham Pollock. Okay, prior to World War II, he extensively wrote about, and the Israeli historians extensively wrote about the fact that they were the Kazars. They were like, yeah, here's the evidence, blah, blah, blah. He received awards from Tel Aviv University. And then suddenly after World War II, they said to him, like, this research was not helpful. And they just stopped printing his books. So I don't know. I literally can't tell you. And now if you ask someone about that, they'll say, oh, well, the science changed. Yes, we know. The science always.
Hello, come on to the microphone, brother, and share your thoughts.
Hey, Shalom, Brian.
Shalom, what's good?
Hey, man, I just want to talk about
This is ass.
Brother, do you hate me?
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to chime in. I was looking at earlier concerning converts, proselytes, on that discussion.
Yeah, give us your thoughts, brother.
Okay, so my understanding is that according to Revelation chapter 11, there is a inner court and then there is a outer court, correct?
And it's going to be like that in millennial reign or eternal state. Go ahead.
Well, why is it in Revelation? That's the question. And Revelation is only talking about pretty much the future, the revealing of Jesus Christ.
No, but is it okay? Just keep going.
Yeah. So I mean,
all of Revelation is just about the millennial reign.
No.
Okay, go ahead. That's what I mean. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, there's a reason why it's talking about a inner court and the outer court in the last book of the Bible, and it's making the statement that the outer court don't even measure it, for it is given to the Gentiles. Okay. Now, if how I understand it, that has to be talking about the millennial kingdom, because he said
okay.
Because the eternal kingdom, really.
Wait a minute now, don't Father.
Yeah, the eternal
Which
kingdom.
one?
Yeah.
Which one? You just they're two different. Which one? As let's get it together.
Both. So it's both. And that's my standpoint on it, because we see that the angel, he told the angel to measure. We see the same thing being done in Ezekiel chapter 40 and up. We see angels measuring the temple of the Lord. So that's clearly talking about when the Messiah is here. Now, my question would be then, because the Christians would say, okay, well, obviously, the people who are in the inner court, those are us Christians that believe on Jesus Christ as well. And I have an issue with that, because
you would rather you believe that they would be in the outer court, the court of the Gentiles, right?
Of course, because how I look.
And hold on a second, and along with them, because the Bible says that Enoch walked with the Lord, and he was not, for the Lord took him. And I would often hear you Israelites say, "Well, what gate are the Christians going in?" Enoch is going to be in the outer court, because Enoch was not an Israelite, so he's going to be in that court of the Gentiles.
No. So when we understand, right, when we deal with the inner court, is Michael the archangel allowed to go into the inner court?
I thought Michael was connected with Israel and Israel alone, but I'm gonna try to hear where you're going.
Or let's just say, for argument's sake, what about the angel Gabriel?
Gabriel was a messenger.
I'm just saying, do these angels have the ability to go to the physical temple and be in the inner court? I would have to say yes.
Yeah, to the physical temple.
To the physical temple. If they came down from heaven
in the in the first century,
let's just deal with that.
Okay.
If the angel Michael or Uriel were to come down from heaven, would they be allowed to walk into the inner court? I would say yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. So my argument would be, who is allowed in the inner court? And I would have to agree with what the guy said in the chat earlier, that it's only two groups. Really,
the sons of God that mean the angels.
Really, it's one group. It's called the sons of God. The
sons of God, the angels, or the sons of God, Gentiles that are converted. Who the sons of God?
Okay, well, let's deal with it. So obviously, we're familiar with Job, where it says the sons of God appeared. They all came to present themselves before the Lord.
And who was? And what's that story?
Who came among them? What was that?
Those, and who were those people in Job 1 and 2? Those were people. Those were angels.
No, in that context, that's talking about angels.
So only when we see
the
Old Testament, it's always angels.
No, just you got to hear me out first. So okay, I'm giving you its usages, right? So we see that angels. We see even further on in Job, it says, "Where were you before when the sons of God shouted for joy?" So that's another verse to show that angels are called sons of God, right? But now we also see that Israelites are called sons of God. And let me give you two scriptures to substantiate that it's not only
Hosea, Old Testament.
What was that?
Hosea. Would you get ready to give me Old Testament Hosea that Israel's called sons of God? I call my son out of Egypt.
I'm gonna give you two witnesses. I'm gonna give you Luke. And
no. Yeah, we got to be careful. Yeah, we got to be a little careful. But go ahead. We understand sons of God in the Old and the New Testament use different ways. Do you agree with that?
I just want to show. Okay, well, just to save time, I would use two witnesses to substantiate that that humans are also called sons of God and Israelites. So we see in Psalms 82, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High, but you shall die like men, putting a distinction between the gods, the Elohim, the Israelites, and a distinction between men, which would be the Goy, the Gentiles. So that's one proof text. And then also I want to read this in Luke to understand, okay, well, Abraham was not an Israelite. So then that means that he can't go into the inner court. I am still proving that no, he can, because I'm proving that the sons of God can be in the inner court. And Abraham is a son of God. And Luke, it says right here, Luke chapter 3, And when you deal with the genealogy of Jesus Christ, you go to verse 38. It says, which was the son of Enos, which was the son of Seth, which was the son of Adam, which was the son of God. So according to the text, Adam is considered a son of God. He's considered the same as the angels in heaven. So when we look, Luke gives you the genealogy of all the sons of God up until the Israelites. And the sons of God would be the royal seed from Adam all the way till Abraham. Any of the royal seed line, the sons of God, they are allowed in the inner court when the temple gets here, when Messiah builds the third temple.
So how can you, everybody that's an Israelite is the royal seed?
Of course.
Okay, y'all heard it first here. There you.
Always changes. The research always changes. Very convenient, but that's what that person is referring to. I'm just letting you know when he says the Kazars. Now, in case you're not familiar at all with who the Kazars are, outside of whether or not you can draw a line from the Kazar Empire, the Khazarian Empire, my understanding, and I have not done enough research into it. Essentially, it was an empire. And can you fact check it? Again, this would be in Ukraine.
So when the Bible says, now have you be called, now behold, we have been called sons of God, that's talking all about Israel. That's all about Israel right there. Fair use.
And what would be modern Ukraine? And let me know in my ear when you dig that up, Mark.
We're checking.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure that it was in what would have been deemed modern Ukraine. It all goes back to Ukraine. But essentially, they were worshiping and doing things that were considered so immoral and so corrupt. And I'm talking about sexual stuff. And I'm also talking about in the way that they cheated people, that they were given an option from modern, I would say Iran, but Persia and Russia, like either you convert to one of the faiths that we think will make you more moral, or we will crush you. And so there was this mass conversion in the 8th century. And you can fact check me on that too. I think it was the 8th century where the Khazarians mass converted to Judaism as the faith. And to be clear, it was the people that were running this empire at the top who were just up to no good. And they carried on their corruption. They carried on their sexual deviancy despite pretending to have converted to Judaism. It doesn't mean the people that they ruled over didn't meaningfully convert. I'm sure they did, but the people at the top didn't. And so
now, from what y'all are hearing, do she believe in the Kazar theory that there was a mass conversion, the king of Bulan and all of that stuff, Arthur Kessler's 13th tribe? Does she believe in it, or she's giving you what the theory is? From what y'all have heard, from what y'all have just heard, is she promoting it, or she's just giving people the rundown on what it is, or she's buying into this?
Russia and I'm saying Iran because my brain is not doing. Russia and Persia teamed up and crushed the Khazarian Empire. And so there has been a theory for a while that what is happening is that the Khazarians are reassembling, and that essentially they want to crush Russia and Iran, which is kind of happening right now, actually, which is interesting to think about. I hadn't even thought about that until right now, that the elites do seem to really want war with Russia and Iran. But I'm just giving you guys that information so that you can know why that person commented on that. I can only tell you books that I've read from Israeli historians, but they say the science has been updated. So who knows? Now it's what was once established Israeli science is now anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. So I can't tell you what's right and what's wrong anymore in today's world.
As far as said, she can't tell you what's right and wrong. And let's see if Dr. Brown is going to. This is important, y'all. Listen to Abu now. What nonsense. And let me just read it first and shut up. This may not be. I may not just understand it. She believes, where Forever Charity at? She believes that there was a mass conversion. When? Right before Christ in the 8th century? When does she believe that? Sounds like it's the 8th century, because we talk about a mass conversion prior to that with Herod, before Herod and them, a little before John the Baptist, during the Maccabean period, I guess. She believed that there was a mass conversion which was accepted history, even in Jewish circles until recently. But note, that's not the same as saying all Ashkenazim or Khazars. We've got to explain some of this right here. Because if you said, let me read this first part again. She believed that there was a mass conversion, which was accepted history even in Jewish circles. Maybe that's what Kelly and them been arguing. Jews been saying it was a conversion in Christianity. Some of y'all trying to act like y'all ain't never heard this before. Got to park here for a minute? I'm going to leave this comment up. Please.
As far as the alleged conversion of the Khazaris, you can read it, Yehuda Halevi's book, The Kazari, that it may be true that as there is debate and discussion, there are Turkic people a little over 1,000 years ago that some of the leaders or some of the people did, in fact, convert to Judaism. Some of the leaders or some of the people did, in fact, convert to Judaism. Some of the leaders.
Abu, go ahead. Tell me what your thoughts are. And Kelly is just putting the pieces together. He's rewinding important parts. He read some of what Candace is saying, and now they're going to see if he's trying to explain it away here in the video. Go ahead and light it a comment. Let me pull your comment back up.
Because you said you wanted me to explain it.
Correct.
All right. So this is what I was saying, that the conversion of the Khazars happened. That was not disputed until it became a liability for the Zionist cause in the second half of the 20th century. Even in Jewish circles, it was just accepted history. But what I was just adding is that does not lead to the conclusion that therefore, this sort of clumsy conclusion that people make where the Ashkenazim are simply Khazars. Right? Like if we're talking patrilineally, the genetic evidence doesn't support that. At best, it could be a minority of them because now we have the haplogroups of Khazar cadavers. It's like R1A, Q, G, and you do find those amongst the Ashkenazim, but they would be a minority within the Ashkenazi spectrum, which is obviously bigger than any of its conversion events because they've been taking on converts for centuries, arguably millennia, depending on when you want to date their origins,
But what's your position on this whole thing? We've heard, what you've been saying about, videos you made on Pastor Kelly and other people, but you're Palestinian, correct?
No, I'm not Palestinian. My father's line comes out of Morocco, but I'm sympathetic to the Palestinian cause.
Okay, all right. So you're sympathetic. So being somebody sympathetic to the Palestinians, how do you feel about this whole thing with Zionism and Christian Zionism, and how do you feel about this whole thing and what some people call the crimes of the Jewish state of Israel? Do you have any personal thoughts that you care to share?
Yeah, of course. I think it's been clear from my use of the flag and also some of the arguments that I presented on your channel before that I definitely don't agree with Zionism, much less Christian Zionism at that, which I think is just a twisting of the word. That's why I've long said that the actual historical Christian position is an ecclesiastical one where the church is the true Israel, not some alleged genealogically defined group of disbelievers or something like that, so that's why I've insisted on that. And it's also it's the historical stance that stands as a counterweight to Christian Zionism, but whatever the case,
so you don't go with none of that. You don't go with none of that John Hagee doctrine.
No, of course not.
Anti-dispensationalist, fair use. Okay, thank you.
Or some of the people did, in fact, convert to Judaism. As far as the alleged conversion of the Khazaris, you can read it, Yehuda Halevi's book, The Kazari, that it may be true that as there is debate and discussion, there are Turkic people a little over 1,000 years ago that some of the leaders or some of the people did, in fact, convert to Judaism and then became part of the larger Jewish people. Khazars as a whole disappear from history. That's it. End of subject. There is no Khazarian mafia. There's
Okay, do me a favor, Seminary Cove, Abu, just look at Michael Brown, PhD, author. Cove, we were talking about PhD placement, doctor placement. Were we talking about that yesterday? Well, I'm going to let it play so y'all can see where the PhD, how the PhD is, and the placement of it. Is this correct or not? Yeah or nay?
There's not a single Jew on the planet that can be traced back in any definitive way to the Khazars. Zero. Absolutely zero. Some of them may have willfully converted to Judaism, maybe mainly the leaders.
Who is the
Should have been up there on the line with his name.
Real Netanyahu?
Before or after?
What does he stand for? What are his beliefs? What is his story? What is his story? What is his story? This story begins in October 1949.
Okay, I have to stop here for 1 second before we get into the story and who's who. Dante made a video on black Kazars proving all Ashkenazi are not white. You care to deal with any of that? I had to put that one up there.
Well, I mean, whatever "quote unquote" white means, and whatever that term "black Khazars" means, what I would say is that the Ashkenazi spectrum is diverse. So, irrespective of what may or may not have existed within the Khazar spectrum, that tells you very little about what exists within the Ashkenazi spectrum, which obviously is much larger. But clearly, within the Ashkenazi spectrum, there is a component that goes back to the Levant. There's multiple strains that go back to the Levant, and I think that's clear. I don't think they make up a majority, but nonetheless, there's some major strains within the Ashkenazi spectrum that go all the way back to the ancient Levant, including strains which Dante himself descends paternally from. So, I don't know.
I think you dropped that video the other day in the back. Maybe I did play it. Good to see you, Sister Sharon. All right, y'all heard that right now. Because that can maybe that could clarify some of this stuff.
1 year after Israel's formation. This is when Netanyahu was born, the second child of a historian. His paternal grandfather was a rabbi and a Zionist writer. His name was Nathan Milikowski. Later in life, he Hebraized his surname from Milikowski to Netanyahu, a name which means God has given.
All right, remember, a lot of people claiming identity theft. That's what this is. Read Ruddy Brutus is important right here. How you answer this?
So, in other words, Ashkenazis stop claiming to be Jews themselves, right? Well, this is what I would say. If, as far as it all depends on the definition. They clearly don't hold to a patrilineal definition. I think from a Christian perspective, from a New Testament perspective, from a Romans 2:28 and 29 perspective, they don't have a claim there, right? But obviously, they don't hold to the definition based on Romans 2. For others who want to insist on a patrilineal definition, the majority of them cannot meet a paternal definition. I've said that for years. Even without knowing Jacob's haplogroup, the fact that no haplogroup has a majority among them leads to the conclusion that no matter what haplogroup you assign to Jacob's hypothetical haplogroup, a majority of Ashkenazim won't have that haplogroup. They're so diverse patrilineally that it becomes clear that the majority descend from Jacob paternally. But again, this always comes back to a question of definitions. The people that visit your channel or sort of orbit your channel, they have a bunch of different definitions amongst them,
So they don't claim paternal relationship to Israel.
Well, no, I think they do. A lot of them do. Keep in mind, the Ashkenazi spectrum is also diverse ideologically. I think a lot of Ashkenazis think that the majority of them, or even some of them, are entertaining this idea that all of them, 99% descend paternally from Jacob. I've met lots of people who think something along those lines, but it would still be mistaken,
All right. You wanted to ask, but you want to say something?
Just something quick about the name, like trying to dunk on somebody because of their name, saying, his name, the family name was Milikowski, but then they changed it to Netanyahu. I mean, hypothetically speaking, you might have someone down the line within the Israelite spectrum where he'll have some Lashawan Kodash name, and they'll say, but he changed it from Richardson. I mean, yes, surely the people who are endorsing these polemics understand that if you spend a certain amount of time within a certain environment, you're going to wind up, your family is going to wind up taking on names reflecting that environment.
Like we see in Israel, like we see in the Nation of Islam with Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali and people like that, correct?
Well, I mean, that would be an analogy. The point is, it's an interesting way to throw stones to say, like, oh, look, he used to have this European name. It's some of the people throwing those stones have European names.
I mean, a better example would be just looking at the text of the Bible. We see Israelites' names being changed into Greek names when we read the New Testament, like Stephen, who was martyred. He was an Israelite. He's a Jew, but that's a Greek name. He didn't have a Hebrew name. So definitely with the Hellenization, I could see how Israelites today wouldn't have Israelite names like Milikowski or something like that. Mm-hmm. So anybody who uses that as an example, I mean, as a way to thwart the efforts of the Israelites, is just a horrible usage. But I did have a question for you, though, Abu.
I was just going to say, it doesn't determine lineage. That's what I'm going to say. Like, if you say someone has a European name, therefore, we've learned something about their lineage, it doesn't actually tell us about their lineage. And it's ironic when people who themselves have European names are pushing that idea. But go ahead.
But I mean, at the same time, that's why you have to have a right scale. At the same time, the same way how we see Israelites changing their names into Greco-Roman names and Latin names, we also see Edomites changing their names into Hebrew names, going back to the time of John Hyrcanus.
Though I imagine they might have already had Hebrew names. I imagine they were speaking Hebrew even before their conversion. Just as a quick side note.
But they would have their own, like Eliphaz, right? Eliphaz it is a Hebrew name.
Yeah.
But those names are pretty much, or Amalek. You're not going to see an Israelite in the Bible called Amalek, for a reason. But anyways, I did have a question concerning DNA. This whole thing about DNA, what I never understood about the DNA argument is because you brought up the father Jacob, right? If we were to get his mitochondrial DNA and get all that information, it wouldn't say E1B1B. It wouldn't say any of these things. It wouldn't say R2. It wouldn't say T. It wouldn't say any of that, would it?
His well, keep in mind that what you're referring to there are Y DNA haplogroups. So his mitochondrial DNA would be something different. So he could have been E1B1B and then had a complete.
I'm sorry. Hold on a second, Abu. Give me 1 second. Happy birthday, Pastor Mike. Put your Cash App up there so we can buy you some ice cream.
Oh snap!
Don't tell them how old you are. They don't know you look young. You look young for your age. Go ahead, Abu.
Now they say birthdays are.
Interesting question. Don't mess your life up. As you're here, nobody's emailing me. My phone's not going off. I'm looking closely. The elders. Nobody not saying Addis. Don't mess up, please. Go ahead, Abu. You got.
Can I say one thing real quick? They say the birthdays are pagan, but it's okay because Mike is one of us. He's a fellow pagan. So
come on,
happy birthday to pagan Mike. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead. So I was just going to say, no, yes. If we were looking up his mitochondria,
I just want to deal with the Y chromosome. I'm sorry.
Yes. So yes, if we looked at his mitochondrial DNA, that wouldn't tell us whether or not he was E1B1B, if that's what you mean. So what's the question about the Y chromosome of Jacob?
Yeah, the Y chromosomes. That's what matters, right? So
that's what matters to a patrilineal definition. Different people use different definitions.
I mean, the Bible, for the record, Old and New Testament, it's all patrilineal.
It certainly seems to loan itself to that understanding quite easily. There's other people in the chat who would disagree with you, like this guy up next insists that you don't have to descend paternally from Jacob to be an Israelite. So clearly there's different views, and he keeps assuring everyone that, no, this is the Bible. So I don't know. But go ahead. But let's assume a patrilineal definition moving forward.
Yeah, please. We got to because the head of Christ is God, right? And the head of the man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man. So we have to go with that understanding, that approach first. So we go with that approach first. We got to deal with the man first, which would be the Y chromosome DNA, right? Now, I'm not too well versed in the scientific lingo. I'm not a scientist. So I would please ask the audience to forgive me for my ignorance.
Same here.
But please look at the sincerity of my question. So basically, people would say that you don't have a claim to Israel, or you're not an Israelite, if you don't have XY chromosome or DNA, right? Like XYZ DNA. Now, I don't know what that is, Abu. In order for somebody to claim that they're an Israelite, what does their Y chromosome have to show?
Okay, so this is the thing. I don't think anyone has a strong argument for. Let me rephrase that. I'm sorry. I don't think anyone can say with certainty what Jacob's haplogroup was. They can only talk about probabilities. So a lot of people want to lean towards J1. A smaller number of people want to lean towards haplogroup J2. I really think that it's baseless for J2. And then there's a small minority of people, I include myself in this, the Yap Gang, I think, leads this way as well, which would lean towards E1B1B, right? Which is, or for example, Dante's, something upstream from Dante's haplogroup, right? Now, but again, this is all speculative because we obviously don't have Jacob's actual DNA. We can only try to reach speculative conclusions based on what's frequent in the region at different points in antiquity. So nobody knows for certain. But there are different camps that have different speculative claims, like J1, J2, or E1B1B.
Okay, so basically, nobody knows.
Correct.
Number one. Number two, it's all speculative.
Yep.
So the only answer would be is that in the end, from a now this is where I come in. I'm more of a theologian than a scientist. So I would say from a theological standpoint, then it would have to remain that at the end of all of this, God will have to, for the record, declare, okay, these are actually the bona fide Israelites.
Yes.
And these are not.
Correct.
Wait a minute.
That.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Y'all make me use bad. Hold on a minute. Because if this correct, as them came to shut down all the DNA talk.
No, well, there's some
clarification.
There's some clarification to be had here. What I would say is, I don't think anyone could ever say we know definitively who is an Israelite based on DNA. We can only talk about probabilities. But one thing you can discuss is the groupings together of too many people. So, for example, if you have a person in a room who has haplogroup G and another person who has haplogroup E and another person who has haplogroup R, it's impossible. You cannot say all those people descend paternally from Jacob. And that's a mistake that a lot of people make based on outward appearance. Like, oh, I look at this person and, I think he fits the curses, therefore he's a patrilineal descendant of Jacob. Then you check their DNA and you realize different people have clearly are coming from different paternal lines. So that's where the DNA
comes in. You're fooled by the look. Like y'all was
yes, well, that's what I would say.
They look like me.
So what?
No, we're not. No, we're not. Just for the record, that's why, like GMS, that's why you'll see so-called white people. Like we believe, like the Celts, right? We believe that the Scots, right, the swarthy people, but also we mixed with the other nations. We've been mixing with the other nations. So yes, some of our descendants are going to have red hair with freckles. Some of us believe.
Yes,
that
GMS has been open to that.
Hold on. Abu, does that make sense?
Well, I say this: GMS has it's inconsistently applied, but yes, GMS for quite some time, for over a decade, has been open to this idea that an Israelite can look like anyone, but they've applied it inconsistently. Like honestly, I think Tahar reached the point where whether or not you're an Israelite is, he claims he's reading people's spirits. It's determined based on whether or not you're how receptive you are to his teachings, which is why, and it gets crazy. Like one of the funniest examples of that is, because Tahar would say for years, he would say, oh, you remember that Elamite that was in the camp? You remember that Hamite that was in the camp? He'd be referring to somebody who was like, stood with him for years. And now all of a sudden they're a Hamite or something like that. And the funniest example of that was Tahar once looked into a camera. He was upset with Nathaniel, the leader of IUIC. And he said, you better be careful, Nate, because you're starting to look like a Watusi. Now, obviously, Nathaniel can't be careful about his lineage. Either he descends from Jacob or he doesn't. There's nothing he can do about that. But Tahar revealed something about his psychology. What he was basically saying unintentionally was, if you keep making me mad, I'm going to declare you a Hamite in the recesses of my own mind.
Wow.
But yes, GMS has been, while they've applied it inconsistently, they have taken the view that an Israel can look like anything.
Hold on. As other people are here, Sean Harris want to share something. Go ahead.
Oh,
Sean.
Excellent. Sean's on here. Go ahead.
You're muted, Sean. I don't know. He might be in the office. He might be in a job and walked away. Go ahead. I'll just play the rest of the video.
I just want to be fair to the apostle real quick. Can I be
the apostle? So you're a member of GMS?
Yes.
No,
yes.
I'm just a member who respects my elders. And that even goes to Bishop Nathaniel. I have to give him respect. I have to be a man of truth.
Is Nathaniel an apostle?
I can't allow people to be lied about, no matter if I like them or not.
Is Nathaniel an apostle?
He does the work of an apostle, but I don't want to get too far off. What I want to say is concerning the Hamite comments, that's actually scriptural. I believe it might be in Jeremiah or Ezekiel, where it says your mother was a Hittite and your father was an Amorite. And he calls us that because we act like the ways of the other nations. We even see at Pentecost, it'll say Elamites, Arabians,
but they were all Israelites coming from everywhere. They were all Israelites.
Right.
Why you
sometimes that's why sometimes they're called Greeks, they're called Romans, they're called Persians, they're called Hamites sometimes even too. The Canaanite, that's why one of the disciples of Jesus Christ was called Simon the Canaanite. Right. So that's all.
I mean, he might have actually been a Canaanite. I mean, I think the New Testament clearly endorses.
No.
Sure, you can say no, but I mean, I think there's.
I just listen, dude. I just gave you the proper understanding. The Bible clearly said in the prophets, your mother was a Hittite, because the Lord used that as almost as a negative connotation. Like, dude, you're acting like the other nations. So I just want to be fair to the apostle, and I'm gonna give him his title, Bishop Nathaniel. He refers to himself as the bishop. So I'm gonna.
Well, do me a favor. Now, do me a favor. When we talk about these Christian pastors and elders in here, you're gonna get the same respect. You're gonna get the same respect.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But actually, I wanted to say a bit
This
more on
is Yair
GMS. All right.
Netanyahu's DNA test that has been.
You said you want to say something on this DNA here?
No, well, also about, since we brought up Tahar and GMS, you know, Tahar spoke on DNA, and briefly he endorsed recourse to DNA for, and I have
what do you know about?
2019. So, you know, GMS is sort of what got me onto YouTube. It was originally
yes, I remember. Yes.
And then, you know, people challenged me to look at other topics, and that's how I branched out. But Tahar, he had a video back in 2019 where he was making recourses to DNA, and he was showing that, for example, the majority of African Americans have E1B1A, and then there's all these groups in all over Africa that don't have E1B1A. And he was saying, there you go, there's the proof that we're not the same people. And it's a fair point. Definitely, you have a huge chunk of African Americans who come from a different paternal line from a large number of different groups in Africa. He was correct about that. But as I touched on in a video, that once, now he quickly abandoned it, but once we accept that sort of rule, what happens then is it destroys the tribes chart, because within the tribes chart, you have millions of R carriers and a huge number of Q carriers within that tribes chart. So it's, especially when you get into the quote unquote northern tribes, you're not going to have, you know, a majority of E1B1A carriers. I doubt that, you know, that everyone in his camp even has E1B1A. So, but Tahar did briefly flirt with DNA, and then when the implications it had for his own doctrines were pointed out,
he abandoned it.
Oh yeah, he abandoned it, because for everything, even the Edomite doctrine. Like, so the thing is, like, you can't say that Europeans by and large are Edomites if Abraham's DNA was within the spectrum of E, you know, or
This
Isaac.
is Jefferson. Now, if y'all say God is talking to y'all and y'all are the prophets of God, how can you abandon and pick up doctrine based on the sciences and how you understand DNA and things of this nature? I'd respect you more if you didn't touch DNA at all than try to use it at times, and then other times when it cut you, you abandon it. That's not how we do that. That's not how it's supposed to be done. But when you got followers and this is a leading apostle could do anything. Muhammad changed his tune with visions and this and that, and praying towards the east, and he switch it up just as arguments come up. Fair use.
Leaked. You can see right there, his Y DNA is RM198. Descendants of RM198 come from Poland, Russia, Germany, and other European countries. Does this look Semitic to you? Does this look Middle Eastern?
You say where?
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry, before we get to Dr. Brown.
Can I comment on that? Because that's amazing. I never knew that.
Yeah, and hold on, but you got to comment on this too. This is why most excellent, I give it to most excellent. Abu will comment on that. Most excellent. This is why you have to let God be God and lead your spirit. God leading my spirit not to believe none of this stuff, but then God leading y'all to come and tell me that I am Israel too. God leading everybody. It's a free for all. Israel grace. How do we do? How does rock out with this? Go ahead, Abu.
So if I heard that correctly, did I hear that correctly? That Netanyahu's DNA is R1A, his haplogroup is R1A?
Yes, I believe. Yes, correct.
Okay, I gotta say this. When people say, "Oh, you know, the Ashkenazim or Khazars and all that," I'm like, nah. But if you ask me which Ashkenazim have a chance of descending paternally from Khazars, I would say it's the minority amongst them that carries haplogroup G, haplogroup Q, or R1A. Those are the haplogroups that have been found amongst Kazar cadavers. So, yeah, it seems like Netanyahu might be a legitimate candidate. I'm not saying definitively, but he might be a legitimate candidate for a patrilineal descendant from a Khazar.
And
I didn't know that about his DNA.
Look at what Ezra's saying too. Yes, Netanyahu is the R1AZ93, the Persian branch. Persian, y'all. Van Harris, this is a problem. This is a problem.
By the way, people should check out Ezra Ben Khazar's YouTube channel. He has a lot of interesting stuff on the whole Khazar thing. Very fair, very interesting. Definitely recommend his channel.
I'll put the link out in case you want to jump on. Go ahead, Sean.
Oh yeah, he's saying he wants to hop on. Definitely let Ezra on. He has a lot to say.
Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, R1A would be a part of the Khazarian haplogroups. Also, I'm sorry I got cut off before because I'm driving. So I just wanted to, I don't know, I'm not sure if, well, I didn't hear Abu's comments to or answer to Az's question about if we check Abraham's DNA, it wouldn't come up A, B, or E, J. It wouldn't come up any of those things. So I'm not sure how far Abu went into it, but let me just make a brief. This is for everybody. So these are categories and groupings of different haplogroups, right? If you have a certain mutation accumulation, you go into a certain group. If you're YAP positive, you go into a certain group, right? So these are called nomenclatures: E1B1A, J1, J2, R1A, R1B. Those are all categories, right? Those are where they place you depending on your mutations, right? Your mutation accumulation. So nobody's DNA comes up and you look into a microscope and you see E. That's not what it does. That's not how it works. You count the mutations, and then depending on your mutations off of a certain grouping, this is where you go. So I'm sure I'm just explaining this for Az. I'm not trying to come at him or anything, or anybody else that may not know this, because it's true. If you go and you look in a microscope, you're not going to see E, you're not going to see G, you're not going to see any of those things, right? They're looking for mutations. They're looking for, they calculate the mutations and they put you in a category, right? And these categories are already listed out, the whole phylogenetic tree. So if that clarifies, I hope people can understand that. I yield.
Okay, fair use. Now listen, this is where it gets interesting.
Where the name Ashkenazi came from? So a little over 1,000 years ago, as Jewish people scattered around the world had now emigrated in Europe and now were living in the Rhineland in Germany, they looked at the name Gomer in Genesis 10, and they connected Gomer with Germany. So they took on the identity of the name Ashkenaz. It has nothing to do with Ashkenaz in the Bible, which is a descendant of Japhet. It's just a name that was taken. Okay, it's that simple. Just like my last name Brown doesn't refer to the color of my skin or anything else. It was shortened from a Russian name when my grandfather came over at Ellis Island. The name got shortened to Brown. It's just a name. That's all it is. So the idea that Ashkenazi Jews are descended from Japhet is a myth, 100% false, zero truth to it. Just study the history.
All right, I want to stop right there. Would y'all like to say anything on that?
I mean, I would only say that you can't infer which Ashkenazis would descend from Japhet based on the name Ashkenaz. But I'm not going to
endorse the strongest points Abu in the entire awakening right there, what was just said.
But I certainly wouldn't endorse this idea that none of them do. Like, that seems like, I don't know if that's what he intended to say, but it seemed like there was a potential meaning to what he was saying. So there's a difference between saying the name does not necessitate that they do descend from Japhet, but the thing is to say that none of them do, I wouldn't get on board with that. That's all I wanted to clarify.
Because those are the eyes of the Gentiles, and they just not descendants of Abraham and them according to Genesis 10. Go ahead, Abu. As
Hey, Abu, I just wanted to ask you something, because I'm gonna admit, like, I am a little ignorant, like I said earlier, to the science and stuff like that.
We all are. We're all amateurs here.
Okay. But you obviously know quite a bit. So, I do want to like acknowledge that for a fact. So that's why I want to ask you this question. So, and like you said, you riddled off a number of possible DNA or whatever Y chromosomes that would potentially go, or haplogroups that would potentially go back to Jacob. And you gave multiple. Now,
right, only one of them would, if any of them.
Only one of them.
So what I was saying is that there's only, like, if Jacob had E1B1B, right, then the people with J do emphatically would not descend from him paternally, right? And conversely, if hypothetically speaking, Jacob had J1, then people with E1B1B would not descend from him. What I was saying is, me personally, I lean towards E1B1B, but it's speculative. There's other people who would insist on J1, but also a lot of that, I think, raises questions about flood models and stuff like that. Like, for example, I don't think J1 works on a global flood model. You would have to insist on a local flood model to even make that work. So it's a complex thing. But the point is that different people are promoting different candidates for Jacob's haplogroup. But no, it's not both. It can't be 2 or 3 different haplogroups. It's only one. Whichever it is.
This is where it's getting. That's what I was gonna that's what I was going to make the argument, is that it would have to be multiple. And the reason why I would say that is because coming from a theological perspective, right? When I say this, when we look at Noah, right? Noah had Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, would you say that a descendant of Ham's haplogroup today, like whose haplogroup would have Ham genetics?
So this is going to relate directly to the flood model. On a global flood model, we would have to push Noah all the way back to the Y chromosomal atom. So he would have to basically be a carrier of haplogroup A. If we take the position that all human beings on the planet today descend paternally from Noah, we would have to push them all the way back to what's called, quote unquote, Y chromosomal atom. It would be basically haplogroup A. But other people who want to go with the local flood model, they could sort of work the descendants of Noah into a subset of the human phylogenetic tree. Interestingly enough, since we have Kelly's video on there, he sort of flirted on that when he was going after Nefertiti on the Zondervan thing. But whatever the case.
Well, because
but yeah, on a global flood model, I'd say it was A.
I mean, we would have to look at it. My argument would be we kind of have to, because this is a quote unquote Christian channel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is your channel a Christian channel, Brian?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so this is a Christian.
Yes, and I think almost everyone who watches this holds to a global flood model.
Because
and we have a born again, and we have Christian or born again Israelites that are part of this community. But go ahead.
So this is a Israelite Christian community.
Mm-hmm.
So with that being said, the only way that we can look at this is at a global model, to be fair, because now
why is that? Why?
Because we're dealing with Noah and his 3 sons right now.
And all Christians and all Bible believers must believe in a worldwide flood, because if you believe in a local flood, you're heretical, and that's contrary to the Bible. That's what you're saying,
I'm not even dealing with that. I just want to deal with I'm dealing with the genetics, and I'm trying to look at the haplogroups.
We can assume a global flood for the sake of argument.
He's saying that the Israelites can only be one model, can only be E1, B1B, or it has to be J. It can't be multiple. And I said it can be multiple. And my argument for that is because when you look at Noah and his 3 sons, if we look at the genetics, that's why I asked you, what is the haplogroup for a Hamite today? Let's just say, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is their haplogroup today? A Cushite. Even when we look at the descendants of Ham, I guarantee you look at an Ethiopian's haplogroup, and then you might look at a sub-Saharan, barbarians haplogroup. It's going to be different. Correct?
So here's what I would say about that. On the current understanding of the human phylogenetic tree, Jacob's descendants would have to be within downstream of a single haplogroup like E or J, assuming he was, he existed in the Bronze Age. Now, if someone wants to push Jacob further back into history, and let's say put him at CT or something like that, you might be able to get multiple haplogroups, but it's also going to wreak havoc on attempts to say, this group is an Israelite and that group's not, if Jacob was CT or something like that, something further up in the phylogenetic tree. But as far as Noah, I think someone even put it, Matt Ricks put it in the chat, Noah is A, right? If we're assuming a global flood model.
Okay, but the point would be,
and yes, multiple haplogroups would exist amongst the descendants, yes.
My point is that if we're all descendants of Noah, how come if Noah is A, and we all patrilineal go back to him, then all of our DNA should just be A. But
what would happen is the different haplogroups that exist today, like R, like J, like E, they all descend from an A carrier. Like if you look at the phylogenetic tree, as these different haplogroups take on mutations, some subsets of that tree get classified differently. So you get like E carriers descending.
So yes, so to cut to the chase. Hold on, to cut to the chase, then. So then you're basically saying that someone who is from E1, B1B, and someone who is from J are both A.
They're both descendants of an A carrier. Yes.
Okay, so one carrier can have multiple haplogroups.
Yes, you can have an older haplogroup that has, as they branch out, subsets of their descendants can get classified.
So they could. So they would. So the fact that E1, B1B and J are the same. Essentially,
I wouldn't say they're the same, but they both descend from an A
why,
carrier. So that's what I
okay,
was
but
saying.
why wouldn't they not be the same if they come from Noah?
Well, I don't know what we mean by the same. What I'm saying is obviously there's differences amongst them, like in how they're defined and stuff like that. But what I'm saying is that they're same in the sense that they both descend from Y chromosomal Adam, which, if we're holding to a global flood model, would presumably be Noah. You know. So what I would say though is that in order for that to work with Jacob, we would have to push Jacob much further back into history before the Bronze Age, back to something like haplogroup CT or something like that. So in order for Jacob to catch. To have both E carriers and Q carriers and R carriers, which is, for example, what the tribes chart will require, we would probably have to push them all the way back to CT, which is really far. But then that would let in pretty much all of Europe. If we did that, it would let in everything almost,
Well,
and no matter what, don't see it simply as just believing on the Lord. Fair use. Listen to this now. This is a reply to what Dr. Brown's saying.
Are you familiar with the Kazar theory? There's a theory; it's widely accepted as anti-Semitic that Ashkenazi Jews come from the Khazars and they're not Levantine. But DNA tests.
It's not anti-Semitic. It's a question of fact. So Shlomo San, for example, has argued that, I think probably exaggerated, but it's simply a question of fact. If my ancestors from the Ukraine have Kazar roots, changes nothing. I'm Jewish. My grandfather was Jewish. My family happens to have a story saying that we're descended from the Baal Shem Tov. Okay, that's part of the culture. Doesn't matter what the DNA shows.
There's not a single Jew.
A lot of people, that's the trump card right there. Go ahead. The floor is open on that DNA.
Well, I wouldn't say that's a trump card. I would agree with Noam Chomsky that it's ridiculous to call the Khazar theory, like to just try to shut the conversation down by calling it anti-Semitic. Like I agree, it's either it's factual or it's not. But that in itself doesn't really answer the question about like to what extent we apply that to a population. That's the careful note. And by the way, it's good to see more join the panel as well. But go ahead, I'll let
Why so many people hit me and send me that specific clip saying case closed, Berean? What's wrong with y'all?
Well, then I guess the question would be, how does that close it? Like, in what sense is it case closed there? Like, what exactly are they inferring from there? What's their conclusion? How did they reach that conclusion?
The conclusion is basically people who are from the Ukraine, right, are of the Khazarian stock. They're not Israelites, and they converted. But he's saying that, well, I was brought up and I was raised in the custom and heritage, and this is all that I know. So it's not going to stop me from being Jewish. I still accept it. I'm Jewish, but genetically, no, I'm a convert. We're converts. That's what he's saying.
I would say, I don't think he said precisely that anyone from the Ukraine is a Khazar. I think he was dealing with a hypothetical there. But nonetheless, if he was saying that anyone in the Ukraine has to be a patrilineal descendant of Khazar, there'd be no grounds on which to think that's the case.
I mean, of course, obviously, like you have the Rus, the Russians, but the point is that geographically.
But you could have all kinds of people. You could also have Israelites and Ishmaelites.
Hold on. He's saying geographically, the land of Kazar is the Ukraine. It's pretty much the Ukraine. And he's saying the people that migrated out of Ukraine, right, which are his people, he said his ancestors, his great-grandfather, he said that there is a question of fact. There's no disputing it. Yes, there was a Khazarian conversion. He's admitting to it. He's saying, yes, it's not a conspiracy. Yes, this did happen. And if my people are those that converted, and he's saying, but it wouldn't change anything. It doesn't change anything for me because I still was brought up in the way of Judaism. And this is all that I know. And I'm Jewish.
So what I would say with that, it wouldn't change his halachic status. But what I'm saying is people were saying like, oh, case closed. And the question was, what case does it close? Like, is the argument, Noam Chomsky said something about the Khazar theory isn't anti-Semitic, and even if he was a Khazar, that wouldn't change his halachic status. Therefore, what? Like, that's the thing.
What do you mean by halachic status?
So what the thing is, what I think he was alluding to is that obviously within the mainstream Jewish spectrum, his lineage is irrelevant, right? Like his whether or not he descends from Jacob is irrelevant, whether or not he descends from a Kazar is irrelevant, because his lineage ultimately would be irrelevant to his halachic status as long as, like, let's say his mother was a Jew in good standing within the community, even if she was a convert, or even if his mother's mother was a convert, right? Within halacha, within Jewish law, it wouldn't matter, right? Look, so he's a Jew irrespective of his lineage. I think that's what he was alluding to, that even though he may reject rabbinic Judaism, he sort of has this vague notion where Jews aren't defined by their lineage, right? But what the question what you were asking was, what when people send that clip and say case closed, like what case is it closing? Like, is it
the case? This is the reason why we're saying case closed, and you just proved it just now. He's saying that I'm Jewish halakhically, right, which is matrilineally. Therefore, we reject him. The Israelites reject him, and all the Israelites before us, even during the time of Jesus Christ, reject him because you have to deal with Herod. How come Herod was not king of the Jews, and how come he was not allowed in the inner court? He cried. It says in the book of Josephus, it says that when he stood up or to read the law, or it might have been the Talmud, I forget.
It's in the Talmud. It's in the Talmud where he cried.
It said when he stood up to read the law, he cried and wept.
Ever cried?
When he read the passage in Deuteronomy where it says, "You shall not put up a king that is not of thy brethren, above you," that he cried and wept.
Yeah, I have a video.
When it came to the dealings of the inner court, he would see the Israelites go into the inner court, and he would be on the outside. And he tried to claim, "Listen, I'm a Jew halakhically through my mother," but the Israelites said, "No, you are not of us." And that's what we're saying. Case closed. He's not an Israelite. We are the Israelites.
Okay, so just to be clear, so case closed insofar that, because it seems like a leap in logic was made. So we've leapt from Noam Chomsky dealing with a hypothetical that even if he does descend from a Kazar, that wouldn't change his halachic status. That we leap from that to what? To now we do know his paternal lineage, or that we now know the paternal lineage of all Ashkenazim? Like, what exactly are we leaping to? Like, because that's the real question about case closed. It's people are thinking that this just settles the matter of like who the Ashkenazim are, who the, you know, and whoever they think the Israelites are, when really I don't think the case is closed in any of those questions.
Hold on.
For example, do you think that clip established Noam Chomsky's lineage, Tahar's lineage? Like, whose lineage did that clip establish?
By making that statement. And then I want Ezra, I see you more, but I want Ezra to come up. I know I put the link out earlier, and I'm sure he was
I definitely want Ezra to come on. Ezra has a lot of,
especially on this subject right here. Now,
especially on the Khazars.
Az got a point here. Some people may feel Az got a point, and everybody that sent me that video, matter of fact, a few of these clips, it seemed like Pastor Kelly, a genius, he put them all together and put them in one video. But these are all of the I got y'all. You better wake up and smell the coffee, Berean videos that I've been getting sent for the last year.
So this is what I would ask. Did that clip establish Noam Chomsky's paternal lineage across millennia? Did it establish Einstein's lineage across millennia? Did it establish Dante's or Tahar's lineage? Like, how did
he established a theological? It's a theological thing. It's not a scientific thing necessarily. Theologically, right? If you are going based off of halakhic law, theologically, that goes against what the Israelites were doing during the Second Temple. Okay, if someone was Jewish halakhically, you were not allowed in the inner court. Period. So by you saying he's making the admission that he is halakhically, and we look at him. That's a Caucasian white man, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, and his people, he has cousins and relatives. His cousins and his relatives are in the Holy Land as we speak. So that's why when we look at Luke, from a theologically perspective, you look at Luke, Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles. The number one people in that land, if you're in that land and you're claiming you have a whole government set up, because you can't have a government there unless the fourth beast allows you to. A theological perspective, the fourth beast being Rome, Europe, the European powers. Unless if you are given authority by Rome, you cannot have a government in the Holy Land because it's under their control. So if you have a government established in the Holy Land before Messiah comes, then that proves that whoever established that government, which happens to be Noam Chomsky's cousins, he has relatives. If you ask him, he has relatives right now that live in the Holy Land, that go to universities and everything in the Holy Land. So his people, from a theological perspective, are not the Israelites, period, because the Israelites would be scattered. And that's why I go back to the standpoint that because you're saying we have a number of haplogroups, and if these are all speculative, we don't know for a certain. So then I said, well, then if that can't be the case, then that means that at the end, it's going to have to be God that declares, okay, for just to set the record straight, these are the Israelites. And the Israelites, he says, the Israelites will be sanctified in the sight of many nations when he has gathered them from wherever they've been scattered in that dark and cloudy day. And the dark and cloudy day has not happened. And the dark and cloudy day is the return of Jesus Christ, according from a New Testament theology.
Okay,
So
come on,
it's
Ezra.
Jesus Christ that determines who's an Israelite.
Thank you, Ez. Come on, Ezra. Now, Ezra gonna talk. You ain't gonna butt in, Ez. Go ahead. You muted.
Shalom, shalom. Grace and peace. I'm mostly a Khazarian specialist, so we're gonna talk about Khazars and Jews.
That's
I got
why you're here.
I got all the information. All right, so there's two scientific papers that I guess I'll start off with mentioning. One is the paper. It's called "Diverse Genetic Origins of Medieval Steppe Conquerors," and this paper talks about. It also gave some haplogroups, and it gave what people groups make up Khazars. For example, every people group is made up of a composition. To be an African American, you need a lot of African, you need a little bit of European, you need some Native American. So to make Khazars, you needed people in the steppe, like Scythians, which is you also need a little bit of like Mongol blood. And then the last blood that you need that the paper mentions is blood from the Levant. You need late Bronze Age Levant DNA to make a Khazar. So what does this mean? Well, when we go into the Cairo Geniza, which was a library made from Israelites in Egypt, there's a document called the Shekner Letter. I want everybody to go read that, the Shekner Letter, or the Cairo Geniza document. In this document, it will tell you how the Khazars became Jews, how did it all happen. And it starts off by saying that Jews came to Khazaria from the place that we know today as Armenia and Persia or Iran. AZ 93 that Benjamin Netanyahu has. Could he come from Khazars? It's a possibility. However, I will also say that it's a possibility he came from Persia. So there's a possibility he was with the group that converted with Mordecai in them. Not with Mordecai, but during the Esther time period. That's a possibility. It does say in the scriptures that many people had became Jews at that time. The funny thing is about this R1A group is there's another paper written about this group called Ashkenazi Levites. If you search genetic paper about Ashkenazi Levites, this R1A clade is the clade that people who are called Levites who are Ashkenazi have. They have that R1A haplogroup. Not all Ashkenazi Jews. And I think it's 10%. So yeah, those 10%, it might be Khazars. I think the funny thing though is, I'm African American, and I trace my lineage to Khazars more directly than the Netanyahu R1A. Because you don't just have one R1A, you have a couple. and one of them is closer to Kazar's than the Z93, or just as close, but Z280, which is what I have, Z93 originates from like Persia. So I if we take that into account, and then the history of my ancestors, who one of my fifth great great grandfather was Jewish, and his brother, so my fifth great uncle, had a plantation. So if his DNA got filtered into his plantation, Americans can come from Kazars as well. So I think that's something to take note of. And last but not least, I just want to say that we do not have the body of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, so we do not know exactly which haplogroup Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob was. We can only make inferred, educated guess based off of the evidence that we have. And so far, that evidence is looking towards either E1, B1b, like Dante, or a J haplogroup, like one of the Israelites that they dug up was J2b. So I guess I'll start off with that. And if anybody got questions about the Khazars, feel free to ask. I'm very open. And just want to let you know there were actual Israelites in Khazaria. So saying that you come from Khazaria.
Bro, that's a fact because we are scattered.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Let me tell you something about these camps. Boy, y'all don't rule this channel over here. I'll put y'all quick, fast, and hurry. We got one boss over here. His name is Jesus, and I'm the underboss of this channel right here. Dante said there were black and white Khazars. Speak on that for a little bit right there, then I'm going to give it to more. And we're going to see if there's any questions. Don't email me, y'all. Share the video. I'm not going to take it down. I don't know how many. Maybe I do a lot. A lot of people hit me. Berean, you better not. Don't do this. This how I'm at work trying to listen. And the video is not coming down. The video is not coming down. But y'all share it. Y'all download it. Load it. There's some interesting people on here right now. I don't think we ever had this specific mixture before, including with Az. But Az, you're going to get you some control over here. And some questions going to get answered on this subject. Go ahead. Dante said there was some black cats. What do you look like? We ain't never seen you, Ezra. And looks mean a lot over here. I hate to say it, but go ahead. I'm gonna mute myself.
Yeah, when you do DNA testing on yourself, which I recommend everybody do this, you have three components that are main. You have a paternal lineage, which is your father's father's fathers. That's your Y DNA. You have your mother lineage, which is called mtDNA, like the L3 that you've heard Yat talk about. And then you have something called homo. That is the people that your family mixed with, that your mom and dad, your mom's moms, your dad, that they mixed with within the past 400 years or so. Unless it was solidified, and then it gets complicated. But we'll say that it's who you mix with. I, according to my autosomal, are 80% African. So I look like any other black person walking around. Because to get a black American, you need about 50 to 80 to even more. It can be more or less West African to make a black American. So I have 80%. I look like a regular black American, but my paternal lineage came out being R1A. And this happened because I was trying to find my E1B1A clade because I'm an ex Hebrew Israelite. Now I'm a Messianic. I was like E1B1A, I got to find my African child, got to find out my connection. It turned out being R1A. So I had to do a family tree. I had to use Ancestry, DNA. I had to go through the records. I had to read where my family came from. I learned things that I didn't know. And I learned that my fifth great grandfather was a Jew from a land called Hungary, a place that I had really no stuff. It's a whole bunch of stuff I had no knowledge about until I did DNA. I found out about people groups I never even heard of.
Wow. Ruddy Bruce said, we are the mixed. Now Ruddy Brew, the mixed multitude. Come on, more. I ain't even dealing with him.
Shout out to Ruddy Brew. We had a back and forth because I vehemently disagree with the Hamite Levant theory that
I think
he
most of us
demonstrated.
do.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, more might have stepped away. Let's hear what Dr. Brown have to say on this.
No, I'm right here. I was letting
traced
Evan
back
read.
in any definitive way to the Kazar. Zero.
First, let me, when you see Ashkenazic Jews sharing high similarity to Romanians and Hungarians, this is because both of these populations were offshoots of the Khazars. They were both founded by these members of the Caucasus who ruled this area of north of the Black Sea, where we have South Russia nowadays, between the 7th and 13th centuries. Very powerful empire. They converted to Judaism in the 8th century, and they sent offshoots to Eastern Europe. And we still some Ashkenazic Jews are mapped to this region of Ukraine. They're not all mapped to Ashkenaz. Most of them are, but some of them are mapped to Ukraine, and we can see very nicely some kind of migration route using GPS.
There's not a single Jew on the planet that can be traced back in any definitive way to the Khazars. Zero.
It is quite sad when you consider that so many of us have no idea where we come from. Like, that to me was the bigger point, that there are so many people on this planet who have no idea where they come from. I'm one of them. I can't go back beyond a couple of generations. And the reason for that is because of war. It's because of slavery. It's because of large human trafficking efforts that take place. And typically it's because, well, how does it happen? Because you should know. We should be able to say exactly which tribe we all came from in the Bible, because you would just think your relative then tells their descendant and tells their descendant and tells their descendant forever.
I don't think it's that simple, but listen to this. It seems like right now, everybody on the panel, a lot of people in the comment section that I'm very familiar with and spoken to on multiple occasions believe that in the land and over here, there's Jewish people of all hues, except maybe as looking at it differently. Go ahead, Moore.
Yeah, first and foremost, shout out to Ezra and shout out to Abu. I got the highest respect for people like Ezra because they show, like, Ezra is a prime example of what happens when you take sincere people who get caught up into the Hebrew Israelite thing and you give them the right information and whatnot, right? He went from being a BHI to being a Messianic Jew. Shout out to my man Ezra for that. Secondly, I want to build off of what Abu was talking about in terms of, like, what was the case that was closed or whatnot in terms of lineage, because Dr. Brown is a perfect person to talk about with this, because in his debate with Alazar tried to pull out a DNA study talking about how European Jews have European mitochondrial DNA, therefore they're converts, blah, blah, whoop-de-whoop. And they can't be the original stock or whatnot. Not even dealing with the fact that the men's lineage was found. Some of the men's lineage was found to go back to the Levant and whatnot, right? And so when people keep talking about convert or whatnot, the same question applies to every Jewish population in the world, whether it's West African Jewry or European Jewry, whatnot, right? If there's a population that's a population of converts, there's a group of people who did the converting. Right. And so you're going to see the same thing in everyone. There is not a single solitary homogenous Jewish population out there. Every population of world Jewry has mixed haplogroups or whatnot. And you find the same thing. You find a small group of haplogroups that go back to the Levant. And then you find a mixture of the haplogroups of the people that they intermixed with and converted, etc. Right. So I'm with Abu because at this juncture, you don't know Michael Brown's lineage or whatnot and his identity. You don't know the lineage of every Ashkenazi Jew or whatnot. Like, so just in Europe, like, so Yap talks a lot about like E1B1B and haplogroup B, etc. There's 20% of European Jews that have that, right? And there's other haplogroups that they have that also go back to Levant, like J, etc., right? T, others and whatnot, right? So I'm with the blue. I don't see the case that was closed or the door that was shut on anything. And I'll just say this, like, so one more time, if we're going to talk about converts, you immediately set up the question of who converted them. And if you're not going to deal with that question and you're only focusing on the converts, you're not having a conversation in good faith.
Well, I just wanted to say something real quick. Good points on everything. The reason why earlier, as already explained, the reason why I approached it from a theological perspective and not from a scientific and lineage perspective is because until we get Jacob's original bones and the patriarchs and those Israelites, we're never really.
That's where you're mistaken. If you say we come from that land, it's going to be evidence of groupings of people from that land. You don't need Abraham bones. Now, you're making statements based on the Bible that all of us on these slave ships came from this land. Our DNA should be close to bones that's been found in that land, despite it being Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob.
Okay, well,
so you can take the Bible and do anything you want with it, but you got to back it with some other proof.
Well, I mean, how do you know that those bones that you find are the original Israelites' bones? How do you really know?
If you say the Israelites were there 4,000 years ago, we can have an idea. I believe I'm not a DNA person at all, but from my understanding, you can have an idea of people that lived in that area at that time.
Right. And as is asking a great question, and like I try to be honest about this with everybody, as we cannot go to a direct lineage at this point. The best we can do is what Baran's talking about, is place a lineage in a place at a certain time. But let me make sure I got you correct, as you're saying that until Christ comes back, we're not going to know who's who, right?
Facts. Like, honestly, bro, that's why we have.
So how can you preach that we are the Israelites then, if you can't?
Well, because the better question, Brent, is how can you preach someone else isn't?
Well, come on, because here's the thing, right? And this is why the parable of when Jesus Christ comes back with the angels, he's going to separate the wheat from the tares, the wheat from the chaff. And when he comes, he's gonna sit upon his throne and he's gonna separate the nations.
I'm with all that. My question to you,
so hold on,
I'm asking you honestly.
Just give me a second. Hold on, just give me a second. Let me breathe real quick.
You got it.
Basically, from a theological perspective, and from a scientific, we don't really know. We'll never truly really know. We can make guesses, we can get around, we can get close to, but I guarantee that the first centuries, why DNA or whatever, if you find their bones, it's probably going to be different from an Israelite that existed during the time of Joshua. So with that being said, the scriptures are true. Then we have to take at it, since we will never truly know. We can only just speculate and conjecture, but ultimately we're going to have to come at it from a theological perspective, and that's why the theological approach is superior. And when we look at it according to the text, like I said earlier, the wheat and the chaff, he said, let the tares and the wheat grow together, and then in the end, the angels are going to make the separation. Because when you read this Bible, it clearly only says, and the prophets clearly state, it's only the Israelites that are getting gathered. He says, I'm going to gather you and put you in the land that I gave to your fathers.
Well, if we don't, that's very interesting coming from Az. If we don't know, all of this has been the naught. Who's a convert, who's not a convert, who's bloodline, all of this has been nonsense from the gate.
To the contrary.
And we could just look at our family history and go, yeah, my great, all the way going back Bible, this was us. But we can't do that, because you have situations where, like, a bomb is dropped, like one kid survives. It doesn't even have a memory of his father or his mother. You have people that were separated, as African Americans were when they were first brought over from Africa, Black Americans, separated from their families, being traded all across, quite literally no memory. I mean, I have part in my family. My grandfather's grandmother was fully Native American. I wish I could learn more about the Cherokee Native Americans, and her given name, because they made them change their names in North Carolina, was like Eliza, my grandfather's grandmother. I know nothing about her. And there's something about that that's spiritually very wrong. And like I said, everybody across the world has gone through this. There's something that puts us in a very vulnerable state when we don't know where we come from.
Candace Owens illustrates the struggle between being caught between two conflicting views, much like the ancient Israelites during the time of the prophet Elijah, who challenged their worship of Baal. On one hand, she discusses the identity crisis faced by the Negro, acknowledging that many, including herself, can only trace our ancestry back a couple of generations. But on the other hand, she broadens this discussion to suggest that this identity crisis is a universal issue affecting all humanity. And keep in mind, universal is synonymous to the word Catholic. Her apparent indecision may stem from her marriage to someone connected to the group and religion that enslaved the Negro, her own people. Her vocal criticism of Frankism might be an attempt to find a safe space, but if she conducted thorough research, she would recognize that the issue is not limited to a small elitist sect. See, Candace Owens requested her research team to investigate the links between the Khazarian Empire and the Ukrainians.
The Khazarian Empire, my understanding, and I have not done enough research into it, essentially it was an empire. And can you fact check it again? This would be in Ukraine, and what would be modern Ukraine? And let me know in my ear when you dig that up, Mark.
We're checking.
Thank you.
Let's conduct an unbiased investigation for her team to reveal the extent of these connections, beginning with a detailed mapping of the Khazarians. So let's start with locating Magog. This is coming from the Easton's Bible Dictionary. Magog, region of Gog, the second of the sons of Japheth. In Ezekiel, it is the name of a nation, probably some Scythian or Tartar tribe descended from Japheth. They are described as skilled horsemen and expert in the use of the bow. The late Father Jerome says that this word denotes Scythian nation, fierce and innumerable, who live beyond the Caucasus and the Lake Maeotis and near the Caspian Sea, and spread out even onward to India. See, according to the table of nations in the scriptures, Magog is the second son of Japheth. Let's confirm this by going to Genesis chapter 10, starting at verse 1. It reads, "Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were the sons born after the flood, the sons of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshach, and Tyrus." According to the Easton's Bible Dictionary, 1894, Magog is also connected to the Scythians. So who are the Scythians? This is coming from the Britannica Online. This is what it says about the Scythians. Scythian, also called Scyth, Saka, Sake, member of a nomadic people, originally of Iranian stock, known from as early as the 9th century BCE, who migrated westward from Central Asia to southern Russia and Ukraine in the 8th and 7th century BCE. The Scythians founded a rich, powerful empire centered on what is now Crimea. So again, who are the Scythians? This is coming from an article titled "Localizing Ashkenazic Jews to Primeval Villages in the Ancient Iranian Lands of Ashkenaz." It reads, "An analysis of 393 Ashkenazic, Iranian, and Mountain Jews and over 600 non-Jewish genomes demonstrated that Greeks, Romans, Iranians, and Turks exhibit the highest genetic similarity with Ashkenazi Jews. The geographic population structure analysis localized most Ashkenazi Jews along major primeval trade routes in northern Turkey adjacent to primeval villages with names that may be derived from Ashkenaz. Iranian and Mountain Jews were localized along trade routes on the Turkey's eastern border. Loss of maternal haplogroups was evident in non-Yiddish speaking Ashkenazi Jews. Our results suggest that Ashkenazi Jews originated from a Slavo-Iranian confederation, which the Jews called Ashkenazic. An example, Scythians. Though these Jews probably spoke Persian and or Osseti, this is compatible with linguistic evidence suggesting that Yiddish is a Slavic language created by Irano-Turco-Slavic Jewish merchants along the Silk Roads as a cryptic trade language spoken only by its originators. So again, who are the Scythians? The Anchor Bible Dictionary, Volume 1, definition of Ashkenaz, it reads, Ashkenaz, first descendant of Gomer, who is the first offspring of Japheth in the Table of Nations. In Jeremiah 51:27, Ashkenaz appears along with Ararat and many as a kingdom called upon to oppose Babylon. The name is identified as the Neo-Assyrian.
I would like to hop in real quick because it was a lot said. So the paper that he's reading, he's reading from a collaboration of Paul Wexler and Aaron Elhite, and they both collab a lot concerning Khazars and Ashkenazi. But the part that he's not reading from the paper is the part where when Aaron Elhite talks about Trabzon, the area in northeastern Turkey, he mentions that the trade route was ran by Jews from Iraq and Jews from Iran.
That's the paper did he even mention he was reading from a paper, or he'll share the source later on, y'all? I stepped away. Did he mention that?
He mentioned it, but so in the background picture, so you see how he has two pictures. In the background picture, he showed the book that Paul Wexler made talking about the Yiddish language. And then in front of that picture, he had the quote, and he put the link to the paper on there. So the link, he put it there, but he didn't read the whole paper. So he showed two sources.
Important that you think's being missed. Red Letter said, "You want to show us that? Pull it up, please."
Let me see.
Can I click on the link through his? Let me go. I'll go back and open up another page. Go ahead. You keep going.
I'm gonna try to show him real quick. It's in that localized Iranian. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Yeah, you keep going out and coming back in. Something's happening with your own Wi-Fi. Go ahead, Israel Descent. Whilst he's bringing that up, I know you on.
Okay, I got the article. It's called "Localizing."
No. To pull it up so we can see it, I'm gonna stop Kelly Page for a minute and pull up your page so we can see it. Unless you read it from your jack from your phone.
I don't think I can. Yeah, I'm reading from my phone.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so this is he brought this up. It's called "Localizing Ashkenazic Jews to primeval villages in the ancient Iranian lands of Ashkenaz." Right. So let me bring it up real quick.
That's the paper Pastor Kelly is reading from. That's this video together, Pastor Kelly from Richmond.
And I'm gonna read the part that says evaluating the evidence for the geographic origins of AJs. So you can all fact check.
Read all that whole thing. I'm muting myself.
Yeah, I'm gonna read the whole thing. It shouldn't be too long. I'm gonna read it. It says, regardless of linguistic orientation, descendants of Ashkenazi Jewish parents comprise mostly a homogeneous group Intriguingly, GPS positioned nearly all AJs in the vicinity of the ancient Scythian inhabited territory in close proximity to four primeval villages: Ishkenaz, Eshkenaz, Ashkenaz, and Eshkuz, that may derive their names from Ashkenaz, right? Historically, the area where these villages were found was in the Greek kingdom of Pontus, established by Greek settlers in the early first millennium who took active part in maritime trade. Prior and sporadically through the early 10th century, that area was a center of Byzantine commercial and coastal trade, inhabited by a Jewish community. I'll let that sink in for a second. Matter of fact, I'll read. Through the early 10th century, that area, the area of Ashkenaz, was what? A center of Byzantine commercial and coastal trade inhabited by a Jewish community. Let's continue.
Wait, quick question. For me, my brain, it kind of, I don't know what you mean by Jewish. What do you, when the text is saying Jewish, should I interpret that as Israelites or should I interpret as converts?
Okay, well, I'll finish up this paragraph real quick and then I'll address your question, but it will be both because you had converts since the ancient days, since BC time, like Uriah the Hittite, who would have mixed into the Israelite people. Other people like Uriah the Hittite, I should say, would have mixed into the Israelite people and they would have been known as Jews. So you got the nation of Judea who were called Jews. Who live in it are called Americans. So yes, you would have bloodline and you would have probably like people who went back to Canaanites, people who went back to Persians, people who went back to maybe an Edomite or something, a Moabite, whoever. Because all these people who wanted to worship the true God would join the Israelite people. But let me finish this paragraph real quick because it gives you a date. It gives you a date. It says, we surmise that the admixture signature of Ashkenazi Jewish genomes, so this is saying the admixture of the Ashkenazi Jews, was formed in this major transcontinental hub connecting East Asia, Western Europe, and North Eurasian roads. Most of the AJs were localized between Trabzon and Amnisus, found 300 km west of Trabzon, where a widespread Jewish settlement existed during the early centuries AD. Primeval Iraqi Jewish communities proliferated by 600 AD. So from the early centuries AD to 600 AD, you had Iraqi Jewish communities. That means the Jews who went to Babylon. Now we know from scripture that Israelites were deported to Babylon. Be the Israelite or Jewish people ancestors. So if you're a Hebrew Israelite, if you claim that these are your people, these will be your people as well, who went into northeastern Turkey from the early centuries AD to 600 and will be a part of the origin of the Ashkenazi Jews. So that's the whole of the paragraph. But
all right, you wanted to say something? As on that right there, on just what was read. Because I know if there's going to be anybody from you two going against that right there. As you want to say something on that?
Okay, so I'm not even against that idea, really. It's not too far-fetched to say that, because they keep throwing that word Jewish, and I don't know what that means. So are they Israelites? He basically is saying, yes, these are Israelites that were in Persia, which makes sense. Those that didn't decide to go back to the land, they stayed in Persia. Those that stayed in Babylon. And they migrated north into Europe. That makes sense to me. I have no issue with that. What I do have an issue with is that, are you familiar with Onkelos?
Yes, a convert, right?
Edomites or Romans, Edomites that migrated north as well early on,
Onkelos?
or maybe the colonimus.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I thought you were talking
Dr.
about
Brown,
Onkelos.
people started dropping videos on him, thinking that was another key point. Also, go ahead.
And
Well,
Saint Jojo, what is Black American? Please
No,
show me
don't
that.
worry. But you don't do all the ads over here.
Show me
You
that
deal
in
with what you
antiquity.
dealing with. Don't worry about that.
Show me that
I
in antiquity. Anyways, so continuing on, right? I don't have an issue with them moving into Europe at all, but we do see Edomites from Italy, from Rome, moving into Europe as well. So and there was a lot of them, and we see, and this is what I'm saying. So if we're going to do the DNA and we're going to do the history of Israel, the Israelites, we need to also do the patterns and the migrations of Esau, of the Edomites as well. And we see that according to the text, the Macedonians are Edomites, are called Edomites. Are you familiar with that? According to history?
I do know what you're talking about. I want to address some things because we kind of jumped into some different areas there. So okay, so the Jews that we're talking about in this area of Trabzon in northeastern Turkey, this is the that had like the 7 churches of Asia. So we know that there were bloodline Israelites in this area. So let's get that solidified that it was bloodline Israelites there. Now Edomites and such, yeah, they would have been a part of the Jewish nation as well. I believe if you read Josephus, he talks about how the Edomites were forcefully converted. We know this, and then from that point on, the Edomites were absorbed into the Israelite. That's gonna
Now,
make
here's the
uh-huh.
I have a problem with that because so John Hyrcanus did not convert all the Edomites. He only converted the Edomites that were in the land, in around him. He didn't go into Europe because according to the
I think that's
text,
something that we would have to go
yeah.
and
I'm
okay, so you're
making
talking about
I'm making the
okay, go ahead.
argument.
My fault.
I'm making
My
the
fault.
argument. I'm making the argument that when we look at the Edomite conversion, that was only a small portion of the Edomites that converted. And we see that the Colonimus family migrated north. These are Edomites. They migrated north out of Italy into Europe. And we see mass migrations of Edomites also who are converts moving into Europe. So how do we distinguish between
I'm pretty sure there's okay,
how do we
so
hold on. Let me finish.
okay, I thought you was done. My fault.
How do we distinguish between the Persian Israelites and the Babylonian Israelites that migrated north, right, into Europe versus the other the Edomites that migrated north into Europe?
I would say that you need I would first say that I do not agree that there was a mass migration of Edomites into Europe. So I think that's the first issue here. I think I'm familiar with the text you're talking about. I think you're talking about a section of Jasher. What is it?
No,
Zepho?
this is a history. This is Talmud, I believe. This is in the Talmud.
Talmud Talmud. It's a lot of made up stuff in the Talmud too. If you ask me. So.
Here, I'm gonna because listen, it's in the Jewish Britannica, but basically you had a family of Edomites. These were that were in Italy, and they migrated into Europe. And this is known fact. You can look it up right now.
Well, we know about the Colonimus family, but we do not know if they were Edomites. I think that's something that you're tacking onto that. But even then, we're talking about so what you're talking about the Colonimus family going into Italy. We're talking about
they were the converts.
Like around 1000 AD.
The point was that they were the descendants of the converts that were converted during the time of John Hyrcanus.
Yeah, we had converts, like you said,
No, but I'm saying that
Onkelos.
the Colonimus family, it's documented that I believe that they're descended from those Edomites that converted during the time of John Hyrcanus. That's the point.
Well,
And they
that's something that
migrated
you're gonna
north
have
into Europe.
to bring the source up for that. I'm looking it up right now to see if that's factual.
Yeah.
Let's see. Colonimus is a prominent Jewish family who lived in Italy, mostly in Lucca and in Rome, which after the settlement at Mainz and Speyer of several of its members, took during many generations a leading part of the development of Jewish learning in Germany. So it's saying that they lived in Italy and then they went to Germany. Okay. I haven't seen nothing about Edomites yet. Let's go to early history.
They say the whole family
Ancestors-
came from 4 Italian women. I think that's where Ab's going with that. I think he got that from Deacon in them.
So from women, they're from 4. Okay, that's
Correct,
possible.
yeah,
I mean,
is
we
that
know.
I believe so.
So that they paternally can still come from Jacob then if it's just women.
I'm not sure. I gotta go back and look at it again. But also too, do you even know? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, according to history, who are the Edomites?
The Edomites are the Edomites.
No. We're not switching all of this up right now. And let me let this video play. We're not going to the Edomites. This is interference. We're dealing with Israel, Jews, Jewish people, how and where they descend from in DNA.
Because they converted.
Syrian is Kuzah, who appeared between the Black and Caspian Seas in the 8th and 7th century BC, driving out the Cimmerians. In other words, Gomer. This association is reflected in Genesis 10 and threatening the Assyrians. For Herodotus,
and you're saying if they converted, they are European Jewry today that converted, right? Type of one.
these people came to be called Scythians. The correspondence of the consonants Ashkenaz is Kuzah, and Scythian is obvious, although cultural associations reach back into the 3rd and 2nd millennium BC. Present archaeological evidence for a distinctive Scythian culture begins in the 7th century BC, especially at Nimirov, Gorodish. Possible portrayals of Scythians appear on 9th century reliefs of Ashur-Nasirpal II, but the first Neo-Assyrian mention of the Ishkuza occurs during the time of Sargon II in the 8th century BC. Driving back the Cimmerians, the Scythians were able to push south to dominate Asia and Media in the latter part of the 7th century BC. About this time, a Scythian raid against Egypt was stopped by Psammetichus II. For the later history of the Scythians and the question of their identification with the enemy from the north mentioned in the first part of Jeremiah, and it tells us to go see the Scythians. So according to the Anchor Bible Dictionary, the Scythians are the descendants of Ashkenaz. Let's see the definition of Scythians. Biblical scholars sometimes associate the Scythians with Ashkenaz and with the bringers of destruction. In the prophecies of Jeremiah and Zephaniah, outside the Hebrew Bible, their reputation for savagery is alluded to in 2nd Maccabees 4:47, 3rd Maccabees 7:5, 4th Maccabees 10:7, and Colossians chapter 3, verse 11. The Scythians called Ashguze by the Assyrians apparently first appeared in written history in the annals of Esarhaddon and seemed to be centered at that time in what is today northwest Iran. According to Herodotus, the Scythians ruled over all the Near East for 28 years after entering the area from the north. Traditionally, this period of rule is assigned to the 7th or 6th century BC. The Scythians continue to be mentioned in texts of the Babylonians, Persians, and Greeks as allies and as enemies through the 4th century BC. By the 3rd century BC, Scythian presence in the Near East is restricted to the Crimea and the shores of the Black Sea. Ovid records Scythian life in the 1st century AD.
You see, the Bible makes makes a distinction, Mr. President, between two groups of Jews. One is called the synagogue of Satan. There's two different kinds. And those people in the latter days is called the remnant of God's people, which will be Jewish people. And then there's the synagogue of Satan. And nearly all of your religious deceptions in the latter days, what the Bible speaks, latter days can be 1,000 years, what they call the synagogue of Satan. In other words, they are energized by a supernatural power called the devil. This is what the Bible teaches, whether you believe it or don't believe it. This is the biblical teaching, and this is what I believe. And I believe that they have a strange brilliance about them. They're smart, and they are energized, in my judgment, by a supernatural power. Well, also they do something else. They're not smart. And you see, of course Hitler didn't. They had a stranglehold on Germany, on the banking of Germany, on everything in Germany, and the media. They had the whole thing, you see. But he went about it wrong. But this stranglehold has got to be broken, or this country is going to go down the drain. You believe that? Yes, sir. I can't ever say it, but I believe it. No, but if you get elected the second time, we might be able to do something.
So the Scythians occupied what's called modern-day Russia and Ukraine. There is another group who is connected to both the Russians and Ukraine. They are called the Kazars. The Ashkenazi Jews are the East European Jews, which were found in Poland, Russia, Germany, and West Asia. The Jewish Encyclopedia of 1905 revealed that the main stock of the Jews came from this people known as Kazars. Kazars, a people of Turkish origin whose life and history are interwoven with the very beginnings of the history of the Jews of Russia. The kingdom of the Kazars was firmly established in most of South Russia long before the foundation of the Russian monarchy by the Varangians. Jews have lived on the shores of the Black and Caspian Seas since the 1st century of the Common Era. Historical evidence points to the region of the Ural as the home of the Kazars. Among the classical writers of the Middle Ages, they were known as the Khazars, Khazirs, Akazirs, and Akatirs. Let's go to another source. Tracing Lost History from the Caucasus to Europe by Dr. Kolja Spori. It reads, to the origins of Europeans and Jews. According to some scientists, large parts of the so-called European or Caucasian civilizations, including the Indo-European languages, originally come from the area between the Caucasus and the Volga, in other words, the Caspian and Pontic steppe. Ashkenazi Jewry, deriving from the ancient Khazars, can also be traced back to the same area. I embarked on an overland trip from the Caspian Sea to the Caucasus to Central Europe, following in the footsteps of our ancestors, to learn more about our history on a road trip from east to west. So in this source, the migration.
Go ahead, Ezra. That's nonsense to you that you just heard?
Not well. I noticed that he read something and didn't comment it. He read a part. It said Jews had lived on the shores of the Black Sea. It was like it was the excerpt that he put up right before this. He had read the part where it says Jews have lived on the shores of the Black Sea, but when he put the quote on the screen, he took out the Jews part and he just showed shores of the Black Sea part. And it's like, it's little things like that he won't speak on it after that. Like he'll read that part, hush hush about that part though.
I want to highlight
Let's read this other section. Exactly. And that's weird to me.
Got you. There you.
Of these people are comparable to the movement of a serpent. Peep this out. The Volker Wanderung is usually described as a nation's migration period of Germanic people.
Reflux, do me a favor. Explain what a false convert is. What is a false convert? You said they're all false converts. What makes someone a false convert according to the Bible? If the Spirit of God hath accepted them, you're of the high priest order, and you can examine them and see if they're truly converted according to the law of Moses. What is a false convert? It can't be their skin color alone. What makes them false converts? Because they haven't been through the slave trade?
From east to west, pushed forward by climatic changes and or enemies of the Asian steppes like the Huns. And another Völkerwanderung view, this migration is rather seen as invasion.
Or there are no such thing as false converts. I think you might be alluding to the fact, I know those that call themselves Jews and are not. Is that the passage that you're thinking about when you use the term false converts?
Of joint Turco-Gothic forces. In a more delicate interpretation, the invading steppe forces were manipulating with an invisible hand the sheep-like resident people into nation building. In other words, gnat equals snake, symbol of rebirth. The words for settlements and places like the Stan states, Istanbul, Astana, Istana, which means palace, stanza, Italian equals space, distance, in other words, between two spaces, to me seem etymologically closely related just as much as.
Quick comment. He's bringing up the Istanbul thing. Just want to note that the Khazars did not name Constantinople Istanbul. At the time of the Khazars, Istanbul was just a note.
As the separation lines in between Renitsa, in other words, Slavic border, Ukraine border land, and Rens, in other words, German, all strangely connected through Old High German. Now let's deal with Meshach. Who is Meshach? This is coming from the Oxford Bible Church, UK. It reads, regarding Meshach and Tubal, some assign a Russian identification connecting these two nations with the modern Russian cities of Moscow and Tobolsk. Meshach, Moscow, and Tubal, Tobolsk. The first view became well known through the Schofield Study Bible, that the primary reference is to the northern powers headed by Russia, all agree. The reference to Meshach and Tubal, in other words, Moscow and Tobolsk, is a clear mark of identification. Thus, the name Moscow derives from the tribal name Meshach, and Tobolsk, the name of the principal state, from Tubal. This view is partly based on the similarity of the sound in these names and their close proximity to Rosh, in other words, Russia. If this is so, the names Meshach and Tubal point directly to Russia, being identified as Moscow, the capital of modern Russia, and Tobolsk in Asiatic Russia. Modern Tobolsk was founded in 1587 in western Siberia, and from there, the Cossacks rode eastward to open up all of Siberia to Russian domination. Meshach and
I would like to
Tubal
make a
would then
comment
be
here, if
names
possible.
standing for Russia
I can make
and
a
Europe
comment. It's
and
like,
Asia. L. Sale
about this Russia
Harrison corroborated this
Cossack
idea.
situation. All right, so he talked about Rus and Russia being connected. I've heard that from other people, and I don't know about that, but I will tell you the scholarly information on the history of the Russian name. It came from an empire called the Rus, and that was the empire who destroyed the Khazars. It was a federation of Slavic tribes, and the Rus, it meant to row, because the people who made the Rus were Vikings, and they used to row up and down the Volga River. It's actually a story where they went to the Muslim lands, the Vikings stole some stuff, and on their way back, the Muslims in Khazaria was like, "Oh no, you can't just be running over there and taking stuff and then coming back to us." So the Muslims in Khazaria had killed the Vikings from stealing from the Muslims in Arabia. It's a whole bunch of crazy stories like that in history. And the Cossacks, he mentioned somebody called the Cossacks, who could be confused for the Khazars. Cossacks are Slavic tribes who merged with Mongols and some Khazars. But the thing is about the Cossacks is that they were Christians and they actually did not like Jews. They actually killed a whole bunch of Jews and around the I think it's the 1600s. It's called the Khmelnytsky uprising, and that made a lot of Jews flee Eastern Europe and come to like America and stuff. So,
well, let me ask you a question. What made you leave the like you said, you were involved in the camps? What made you just become messianic and leave some of that other stuff alone?
I was not in a camp. I watched camps when I first got into it. I was watching Zabak, and I learned a lot of the basic stuff from him. And then me and my brothers, we started going to the library, and we like had our own little congregation there. But then we stopped doing that because we wanted to gather, because that was a big thing at that time. I don't know how big it is now, but back then it was, gather. We have to come together, O nation not desired. So we found another group of Israelites who I didn't know at the time, but they were all ex GOCC people.
Okay.
So they all like knew each other and had relationships and stuff. And me and the people that was coming in, we didn't know about all the stuff they already had going on because they had drama and stuff going on. I mean, everybody does, but we were just hopping into it. So it was very crazy at that time because we didn't believe that Esau was the white man. So because of that, it came into a whole argument. It turns out somebody in the group already didn't believe that. So then it turned crazier. So all the doctrines just started getting knocked off one by one throughout my walk. It was the Esau being the white man, and then it was the 12 tribes chart. Well, I never really believed in the 12 tribes chart, so I guess it started off with that. Then it was other nations can be saved, and then it was the one that really did it for me though was finding out that Messiah Yeshua was Yah in the flesh. That really did it for me. When I found out that the Word was God and that the Word was made flesh, when that really clicked, it helped me because
the whole thing.
It crumbled the whole thing because a big part was the law of God. You have to follow God's law, God's law, God's law. Well, who is God? It's the Messiah. So you follow the Messiah. And what's his law? It's the things that he say. And then from there, thank God for Yah. For real, they a true blessing. And the Israelites really don't know what they're doing by rejecting Yah and the knowledge that they trying to give black people, period.
It's going against the lies. It's going against the lies and the nonsense. That's why they don't want Yah.
It's going against the lies, but it don't just go against the lies. It also gives them an alternative. Because like Brother Moore, he comes up here all the time and talks about the Jewish history of Africa, the Christian history of Africa, and how Western, like there were Jews in West Africa. And that
yeah.
Right. How come we're not laying into Dante possibly being a bloodline Israelite? Okay, well, he might go into his family tree. He might come from a white Jew. He might come from a Portuguese Jew that was light skinned. Like we got to get rid of the black and the white and all this because it's just all muddy in the waters. And after
as you agree with what you just heard them last 2 minutes, y'all see how he moved and studying. Stages started making walls come down until it came back to who Christ was. Fervent Child used to always say that.
Yeah,
when you get to know who Christ is, that's going to straighten all this stuff out. But go ahead, I'm muting myself. I want to hear. Let me hear this.
Yeah, I believe in what he's saying. Nothing. I don't actually disagree. I believe that there are quote unquote white Israelites. Right. I don't like to say the word Jews because that excludes the Northern Kingdom as well. So when dealing the whole 12 tribes collectively, we need to refer to them as what they are. They're Israelites. So I believe that there are light-skinned, blonde hair, blue-eyed, Tucker. You might call him Tucker, right? He is an Israelite because.
So how can you yourself? You've been on the channel many times. How can you yourself say who's false in the land?
Well, okay,
So now this is why when dealing with the text of the Bible, right? And even some of us who have a little bit of understanding, you cannot lie. There are a little bit of Israelites that are left in the Holy Land.
Now a little bit. When they got there, the 70s from America, when they got there, they were always there after 70. When?
I would say probably during the time of the Byzantines, the Byzantine Empire. Right after the western half of Rome fell. I would probably have to say that was probably when. But not to too stray far from the point, though, the reason why we say that the people in the Holy Land primarily are not Israelites is strictly because of the Bible itself, theologically. Because theologically, the Israelites were to be banished from their land, never to return until the day that the Messiah came. That was the point. He was supposed to be like unto Moses, right? He will raise up a prophet like unto Moses. So Moses delivered the Israel. That's why he's known. Moses delivered the Israelites out of slavery and brought them into the land of their fathers. So the Messiah is supposed to do the same thing. It's supposed to establish a kingdom and administer the law. He's supposed to be the lawgiver, right? So the scriptures clearly say that the Israelites should not be in that land. They're banished. So then if they're banished until the return of Messiah, who are these people in the Holy Land? Who are these white people that have control over the whole country, who are bombing to smithereens the Palestinians? Who are these people? They say that they migrated from Europe. That's what they are saying.
Not all of them.
These white people from Europe who have control of the Holy Land, who are these people? Because according to theology, you're banished. You're not even supposed to, and you're a slave. You're not even going to have any global power, no missiles, no nukes, no none of that. Did Rome, and then according to theology, Daniel, if you believe in the book of Daniel, it clearly tells you that the kingdom wasn't going to come until after the iron and the miry clay. It was when the stone that was cut without hands, which signified the Messiah, a prophet just like Moses, he was supposed to come and destroy that final piece, and the kingdom will remain to the Israelites for forever. From a theological perspective. So the Israelites are in captivity, waiting for their Messiah to save them in the dark and cloudy day. It's specifically.
So there's no way you could just be reading the text wrong. There's a different reading. There's no alternative reading.
There is no private interpretation of the scriptures.
Okay, thank you, brother. Fair use.
Well, I would. Can I respond to what you said real quick? Or not like a respond, but like just a comment, really, because it's like what he said. It's not wrong. It's just like, so like the Jews that's there in Israel. One of the evidences of them being, Israel is the. And if we look throughout history, even after 70 AD, Israel still tried to get the land back. And, they was just getting swatted down. You had the Bar Kokhba revolt. You had the Second Jewish-Roman War in 120 AD, where I believe some Jews from that went to Africa. But, not saying every, there are some. And then you had 600 AD. The Jews tried to go back into to Israel, and they fought the Byzantine for it. So it's like all throughout history, we see them trying to establish authority in that land. And we've seen in the scriptures, it says that the land would be trodden down by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles is fulfilled. I believe all of this is just showing what time we in for real. The fact that they are getting back established there. And then we can't even say it's just white Jews over there, because like Brother Brian said, it's black Jews, literal black Hebrew Israelites, black Jews over there
What
who
happened? They
went
got
over
kicked
there.
out. They got kicked
No,
out.
they still they're fighting in the war right now. They're still over there. They was over
Last
there
time,
in
last time I
October
checked,
20th.
they were getting kicked out of the army. They were
They
saying that you have to leave. That's the last thing I heard.
that was a thing. And I'm not saying that the state of Israel is perfect. I'm the last person to say that. Matter of fact, if you look at the Orthodox Jews, who a lot of them come from Hungary and other places where Kazars was at too, they don't even like the state of Israel. So
Don't totally
they
agree.
view they view it as Zionism was spiritual at first. It was called spiritual Zionism, and it was about making cultural centers wherever you've been exiled to, which is what they call the galut, which is the same thing as y'all saying captivity. Like it's the same thing. It's just don't hate the other side. That's really all it is. Like you
Wait,
can go
hold
back
on.
to Israel right now.
Hold on. Are the Israelites over there? The Hebrew Israelites over there? Are they the majority?
Are they the majority? I think the majority is Mizrahi Jews, if I'm not mistaken. And that makes sense because that means Middle
Not
Eastern Jews.
Ashkenazi Jews?
No, I believe Ashkenazi Jews might be the second or third after Sephardic. So it's either Mizrahi, Ashkenazi, then Sephardic, or it's Mizrahi, Sephardic, and then Ashkenazi. But then there are actually
Wait,
everybody,
Netanyahu.
including. Well, let me add this. Let me add this one point. Also, you have like Ethiopian Jews and such. They're coming in, and now what's happening after these, years, because it's been some years since the nation was established. People are getting married and they're mixing. So now it's coming into something they just say Israeli Jew because
So
people
can
are
you?
mixing.
So I'm sorry. So can you be confusing it because you're so at war with Ashkenazi with one type of Jews when you got so many different types of Jews that make up the whole of the land of Israel?
No, because this is the problem. So
Which one would God consider Gentiles over there, according to you, that's trodden down the land?
I would say anyone who's not a Hebrew Israelite, anyone who's not a Negro. Now, here's the thing: there are some, like I said, there are some sprinkled in there. I believe there's Israelites and Palestinian, quote unquote Palestinians. I believe some of them are Israelites getting bombed up over there. Some of them. So we can't deny that either. The Bible says that we're going to be scattered in all nations, but we're going to be sprinkled among the nations. So the point is when we look at Netanyahu, that's who we're talking about. Even when we talk about the leader of the Sephardim side, we look at him the same way. We're like, oh, you're the enemy too, even though he says he's Sephardim. So we look at all of them, and even the Persians, we look at them as our enemy too, predominantly. Now, why do I say that? The Mizrahi Jews, right? The reason why I say this is because even when we go back during the time of Esther, Ezra, and Nehemiah, it says that the Gentiles desired to help us build the temple. And they said, we've been sacrificing to your God since the days of Asharadan or something like that, right? So we already see the people of the land obviously converting way back then, right? We also see Israelites, or not Israelites, Israelites, the fear of the Israelites fell on the people in Persia, and we see a mass conversion of the people in Persia, the Persians, and they're not Israelites. So that could be the answer to your Mizrahi Jews. Those are those converts.
So all of the courses
No, because you have Iraq.
I don't understand.
You have Babylon. Babylonian Jews are called Mizrahi Jews too, and then you have Syrian Jews. Syrian Jews are called. Like there's so many areas that we're forgetting about, man, I wanted to make a point. It escaped me. It'll come back though. But
hold on a minute. So as those that left Babylon and those that stayed back, they were eventually known as fake Jews, the one that didn't go back and build a temple?
No,
or were they really bloodline that went in captivity originally?
No, I'm saying the children of the captivity. All the children of the captivity, those are Israelites. But what I'm saying is that you had Gentiles that were placed in the land during the Assyrian captivity, I believe. And they said that they were they wanted to build a temple with the Israelites that came back from the captivity. And I'm saying that these people that converted all the way back then, they're not necessarily Europeans, right? They're not Edomites necessarily. They're people from the Middle East.
There are people from Assyria. There are people from all these places that converted to our religion who were offering sacrifices way back then. And what I'm saying is that these Mizrahi Jews, primarily in the Middle East, I believe that those are those converts of those nations that are taking the land, because that's the only way that it makes
And the
sense.
Most High don't
That's the only
accept
way. Hold on.
the Gentiles.
That's the only way.
The Gentiles are trodden down.
That's the only way it makes sense if you do it through the lens of the Bible, because it says the land will be trodden down of the Gentiles. So it's impossible. Your understanding, Ezra, goes completely against the New Testament Jesus Christ. So that's why I reject what you're saying.
That's funny, because you just tried to use the old covenant stuff. You just tried to use the Tanakh to prove that Gentiles can't build a temple, when under the new covenant Mashiach, we literally are the temple, the body of Messiah, which includes Gentiles. So it's a progressive thing. You have to follow Mashiach, and Mashiach is allowing Gentiles to help build the temple.
Well, here's the problem. Us Israelites, I'm not a Christian like you. So I'm an Israelite. That's not what we believe.
Answer Leo.
My fault.
Answer Leo question as: are Caleb's descendants today bloodline or converts?
Let's go to the text. If someone can pull up the text, that's the only way we can get down to.
No, I thought you were reading that. I'm gonna play the video. You go figure pulling that up. I'm gonna finish playing.
Ready Bruce is
Implication on linguistic.
That's not possible. It's not possible because he just said
historians who track the migration of people tells us after the flood, the Japhethites migrated from Asia Minor to the north beyond the Caspian and Black Seas. They settled in the area of Rosh that we know today as Russia. Wilhelm Gesenius, the world-class Hebrew scholar whose Hebrew lexicon has never been surpassed, said Gog is undoubtedly the Russians. He also identified Meshech as Moscow, the capital of modern Russia. Tubal he identified as Tobolus, the earliest province in Asiatic Russia to be colonized, and also the name of the city in which Peter the Great built the old fortress after the pattern of the Kremlin in Moscow. Meshech was founder of the Mashi, a barbarous people who dwelt in the Martian mountain. He went on to say that the Greek name Mashi, derived from the Hebrew Meshech, is the source of the name for the city of Moscow. In discussing Tubal, he said Tubal is the son of Rapheth, founder of the Tibereni, a people dwelling on the Black Sea to the west of the Mashi. So let's go to the Testaments of the Grand Prince of Moscow, page 279. It reads, the Meshera were a Finno-Ugaric tribe. Their descendants have either been Russified or have amalgamated with Bashkirs. Some of the Mordvins call themselves Meshers. Their name is present in the city of Meshkovisk, a Kaluga district. Now let's go to the Eastern Bible Dictionary and let's see how Meshech is defined. Meshech, drawn out of the sixth son of Japheth, the founder of a tribe. They were in all probability of Moshi, a people inhabiting Moshian mountains between the Black and Caspian seas. In the 120th book of Psalms, verse 5, the name occurs as simply a synonym for foreigners or barbarians. During the ascendancy of the Babylonians and Persians in Western Asia, the Moshi were subdued, but it seems probable that a large number of them crossed the Caucasus range and spread over the northern steppes, mingling with the Scythians. There they became known as Muscovs and gave that name to the Russian nation and its ancient capital, by which they are still generally known throughout the East. We have demonstrated that Russians, Ukrainians, Ashkenazis, who are Germans, Khazarians, and Scythians share a common heritage. Now let's include another related group, the Vikings. The connection is made through an unknown Germanic tribe called the Jutes. Who are the Jutes? This is coming from the Etymology Dictionary online. This is their definition of Jutes. It reads, Jute, one of the ancient Germanic inhabitants of Jutland, the peninsula between modern Germany and Denmark, who with the Angles and the Saxons invaded Britain in the 5th century. Traditionally, they were said to have settled in Kent and Hampshire. The name is related to Old Norse, Eotar, related Jutish. I know exactly what you guys are thinking, because I shared the same curiosity. Is there a coincidence that Jutes, Jutish, sounds like Jew, Jewish? Who are the Jutes? This is coming from the antiquity of Jot race, tracing the ancestry to the Scythians of antiquity, page 12 and 13. It reads, this fact is further proved by their unparalleled bravery, because Jutes were the first conquerors of Britain, even when later on Saxons invaded the shore of Southampton water. They could not succeed without reinforcement by a body of Jutes who formed settlements of their own in the Isle of Wight. And on the mainland, the historical material of those times is so meager that some historians...
Ezra, you think he confusing?
He is mixing so much stuff. We just went into Wonderland after a minute there.
We don't want it to work. That's why
Man.
transliteration fallacy, Gina said, sounds like, I don't know where y'all want to.
Yeah,
he said Moksha were Finno-Ugric people. Finno-Ugric people are not Indo-European, even though they are all white-skinned. And I think that's one thing that, slavery and stuff has done to our people. It's like it's made it so that we don't even know what different people are. So Finno-Ugric people are people like Finnish people, and then they have some ancient connections to Siberians. You also have Hungarians who are Finno-Ugric, and yeah, they're white-skinned because they autosomally mixed with Europeans, Slavs who are eastern, mostly on the eastern side of Europe, and then Germanic tribes, which are usually on the western side of Europe. That's your Germans and the Franks, Vandals. These are like your you can put this into genetics too. So like Germanic tribes carry R1b, while Slavic and Scythians would carry like R1a, for example, because these are different people. Finno-Ugric people, they would have like haplogroup N or Q because they come from Siberia. So he's like putting them all together, but the thing is that the Scythians, they were a mixed group. Here it says Jutes were Scythian Jats. Jat, or I believe that's supposed to be Tat. A Tat is a Persian. So it's like all of these terms go back to different things where if you don't define all these terms, like Saxons, what's a Saxon is a Germanic tribe. You gotta define these things, or they can get confused, and you can just convolute them all together and then confuse the people. But it takes a lot of time. Yeah, my fault. Go ahead.
What's crazy is like, all this is in vain in my eyes, because like we said earlier, like Abu came on earlier and already admitted that ultimately we will never know. We'll never know who truly is an Israelite and who isn't. We can try to see, get close. We can look at migration patterns. We could try, but ultimately all we have is archaeology. Yeah, we could say we got bones, but like I said earlier, the bones that we find, will probably be different. The bones will probably be different from the 1st century versus the bones that we find, hopefully that we can find during the time of Joshua. It's probably going to look slightly different. It's not going to be exactly the same. So
how about Israelites? Israelites can go to school and invest in getting degrees in archaeology, and then they can go out and help.
But with Trump's that, what I'm trying to say is what beats all of that, and the conclusion is since we will never know, truly ever really know, it goes back to a theological question then. Because there's only one.
But how can you say nothing's of a private interpretation, but if somebody got a different approach to a specific text than what you do?
you have to have the precepts explain themselves. So what I can do is literally what I can do is I can just quote scripture and not explain it, and I can give you another scripture that explains it, and I don't have to say nothing else. I don't. All I have
No
to do is
commentary. All you got to do is read scripture, and we should get clarity from that.
Facts.
Van Harris, you heard that? I can't even believe as up in there. As you are GMS, correct? Go ahead and say it.
No, I'm not. I'm not GMS.
Listen. Do me a favor, cut your nonsense. Now, what state you live in?
I'm not certified.
Where you live at? As? Where you live at?
They don't recognize me. I'm not
Because
certified.
all of y'all are over here. You just like me, as you have been rejected. You're not recognized.
Yeah, and that's fine.
What state you live in, as?
What state I live in?
Yeah.
Why you want to put my business out there?
Because we getting ready to have, something down there in Richmond, something down there in Virginia, and a couple of us getting together. And we know that you cook, and we got a grill. I'm inviting you to the cookout, brother. They don't want you there, but I said, yo, this is. I got some of my own personal friends coming.
I'll take a flight. I got to see the tickets can't be that expensive.
They shouldn't be that expensive. But just say what state you've got, and you really a cook, as are you not a cook? Or that's a lie too, because we don't know if you GMS. We know you're Israelite. We don't know who's who. At least we know Israel descent is radical IUIC. What are you? Just say it.
Yeah, no, I mean I'm a cook. I cook, man. I'm just not. I'm not gonna say like I'm like the best, like gourmet. I'm not like nothing like
so
that.
We get you on the cooker. We need the caterers. Come on, just make your mind up, brother. Tell us what it is, so I can call Elder Green.
And how many people do I gotta cook?
It ain't a lot of just a few of us. It's a small, intimate session, and we're gonna just get together and chop it up.
I could probably do that.
All right, he said he could probably do it.
I gotta see how much the tickets are, but I think what's most important at the end of the day is if because since we don't know necessarily.
Now we don't know. As he was saying, we don't. D. Ray, I hope you listening. The people that have been around GLO Jesus.
Here's the thing. What's so crazy?
I'm good. I'm you myself. Go ahead.
What's so crazy is that you guys fail to realize is that all the camps teach this. Is that what we teach? Is that what's crazy? Is that among us there are people who are not Israelites. And
all the camps teach this now. We can't have it.
Yes, we all teach that.
Now you're talking crazy.
Among
all the camps, there's some.
Yes, we all teach that. We all teach
Among
that.
All the camps,
that sound like GMS. I ain't gonna lie, that sound like GMS when they be like, he might be Jake, he might be a Jake.
Hold on. Terrence Jones.
Well, that's the crazy part.
We don't even know if you coming yet. Hold on, as they trying to mock you, brother.
Bishop
all
Nathaniel,
the camps,
yes.
Go ahead. Among all the camps, y'all know that y'all have some Gentiles among y'all. That's not.
Yes, this is known. Yes, we all know this. That's why. That's why we read the wheat and the tares, because we understand that there's enemies among us, but we don't know until the end. The angels will divide us, but it's always the elect because you were chosen, and most likely, if you're the elect, you're gonna do the work. You're going to do the work of the elect. So ultimately, if you're chosen, your works are going to show forth fruit.
Wow.
So ultimately, we know that, like, listen, hey, man, like there's been times, even in IUIC, there's been times where like brothers found out, like, dude, my family, I think they might be Edomites. He does his DNA. He does his DNA, and they leave the camp.
There's going to be a lot of brothers.
Yeah, sorry, bro. Hey, man, it is. But what we do, but this is what we do.
Ezra, what you said, what you just said?
It's gonna be a lot of brothers then coming out saying they Edomite, because I think it's only 60% or what is it, 60 to 70%, and that's being generous.
Too large. Don't do that.
Hey, I'm R1A, man.
Wow. Hey, yo, go ahead, Ed.
It's scary out here, man. It's scary out here, man. But that's why the Lord says only the elect. It says wide is the way and narrow is the path that lead to life. And there be few that find.
Gotta have that E1B1A to be life, to have life.
No, but see, here's the problem. So when we deal with it theologically, right? The Bible kind of gives us hints. The Lord's not going to leave his prophets, his servants. This is Jacob is my servant, right? And as for the secret things, they belong unto us.
You know, they belong to our children. That's what the scriptures say. So when we deal with the scriptures and we look at Luke 21, I want to read this. It says, and they shall fall by the edge of the sword. And it says, and shall be led away captive. So they're going to go into slavery into all nations. So that's what their classification is slaves. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles. And who are referred to as the Gentiles? The Romans. The Romans look like white people, yes? So the white man is primarily going to trod down Jerusalem until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled, until the white man is removed. He's taken out of power. So he's going to kick the white man out of there. So according to the scriptures, Israelites are, according to the Messiah, Israelites are supposed to be scattered into the four corners of the earth. Now, how do we know when the Gentiles are fulfilled? That's the question that I proposed to Ezra. How do we know when that time is fulfilled?
Well, I can give you my opinion. I believe that the time will be fulfilled when Mashiach come back and he does a full gathering. But I don't believe that things are like static, like it has to be this or that. I believe it could be like a progression into things or like a spectrum of things. So it could be like we're getting to the end, and so because of that, we have people going back into the land. And I'm gonna shout out Dr. Brown right here. I know because he did make an interesting point on how it says that there will be flesh and bones put upon the dry bones. There'll be flesh and sinews put upon the dry bones, and then the spirit will come. This state we have now, just because they're not like a righteous state doesn't mean that they can't be Israelites, because Israel had times where they weren't righteous, and right now it's a non-messianic state in power. It's not even a religious state; it's a secular state with some religious parts, and the parts that's in there are far right extremist groups.
So it's okay, but how long, according to the text, how long would the Gentiles have possession of the land?
Until the time when the Gentiles are fulfilled.
So when is that?
That's what I want asked to answer. When the time of when Christ come back or before?
Okay, so this is why I say I don't even have to answer. Hold on. I don't even have to explain it. All I have to do is read a verse. This is Ezekiel 34, verse 12. As a shepherd seeketh out his flock in the day that he is among his sheep that are scattered. So it says his sheep are scattered. It says, so will I seek out my sheep and will deliver them out of all places where they have been scattered in the cloud in the cloudy and dark day. So he says that he's going to gather his people in the cloudy and dark day. So when is that?
I agree. I believe he's still going to gather. Mashiach said he would gather his people from the four corners of the earth. That's going to be all. That's going to be the people. Well, we know about the catching up. We're all going to be gathered unto him, and so we shall forever be with the Messiah.
Okay, so I'm gonna read Luke again because you just missed it. So
I didn't give you my complete answer. You kind of cut me off there because I still ain't get to talk about how the rest of Israel will be gathered. Like there's still Israelites. There's still Israelites all over the world, and I agree with that.
No, but look at the text. Deal with the text. Listen. So it says that Israel was going to be scattered. This is Luke 21 and 24. It says, and they shall fall by the edge of the sword and shall be led away captive into all nations.
Mm-hmm.
So it says that they're going to be scattered, right?
Yes, and that happens.
So they're not going to be in the land, period.
Yeah. Well.
According to Messiah. According to the text.
No. That's according to you, and you're trying to pigeonhole me into something. Because when we look at actual history, yes, the Jews as a nation got scattered, but then there was always like one person who might try to go, or like two people, or like a group of people. So it's like you're kind of you're kind of manipulating it a little bit, my brother. And it's not true to history, because you had times where Israelites was trying to get into the land. So I can't say
Jesus got it off just a
one
little
way.
bit. He kind of made an error then. He kind of messed up.
No, because there wasn't a Jewish state. Judea got destroyed by the Romans, and the Jews got scattered. But they were still trying to come back, though. So
So let's just look at the
I ain't
text.
got
Let's
nothing.
just look at the text and let's just see what the text says. It says
Okay.
Luke 21 and 24. It's on the screen. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword and shall be led away captive into all nations.
Yep, and that happened in 70 AD when the Israelite nation got destroyed and people went everywhere.
Don't even look at history. Don't even look at history necessarily. Just look
This
at
is
what
history.
No, I'm
wait
just
a
saying.
minute, wait a minute now.
Wait
Wait a minute now. You said don't look at. Wait a minute now, Az. We got to put all of this together. 2 or 3 witnesses. Oh, you just want those witnesses from Scripture.
I'm just saying. Look at the text itself and just look at what the text is saying. Imagine you're back in that day.
Almost excellent.
Imagine you're back in that day, and you haven't witnessed this yet, so you don't know about 70 AD, right?
Okay.
Just read it from that
Even
perspective.
though it happened.
Just read it from that perspective, from the time when he
Okay.
said it. It says, and they. So he's saying that, listen, in the future, you guys are going to die by the sword. And you guys are going to be taken as slaves into all nations, into the world. You're going to be scattered out of this land. That's what he's telling them at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles. And he says, listen, the Gentiles are going to come and they're going to take this land from you. And until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. But he says it's not going to be given to them for forever. It's just going to be given them for a time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when do the prophets say that the Gentiles have an end of rulership?
Okay, so it was a lot that was just said. Okay. Well, that second part. That second part.
First century Jews right now. We're dealing
I would say that
before
second part.
70 AD.
The second part when you say one of the prophets, that kind of threw me for a win, because the prophets say so much. So I started thinking about the prophets. But right here in Luke, if I was as a disciple, I'm sitting here, I'm hearing Yeshua say this, I would assume that it's about to be a wrap, and that we about to get scattered again, just like when Babylon happened, and it's going to be for a time period. And since I live in the future, I can speak from hindsight. 70 AD happened, and Yeshua was right, proving that he was true. He was true.
But no, that's not what I told you. I said you're a first century Jew. You're a first century Jew. You're listening to Jesus say this to you. You haven't even witnessed that yet. And I'm saying, according to them, when you read it in their eyes, it says they're looking at Jesus Christ say this to their face. He's saying, and they shall fall by the edge of the sword. Who's the they? The Israelites. They're going to die. And you guys are going to be led away captive as slaves, right? Into all nations, into all the people. You're going to be scattered. And Jerusalem, your homeland, shall be trodden down of the Gentiles. So the Gentiles are going to come and take your land.
Yep.
While you guys are scattered.
Until
the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. So until their end. So when does the Bible say the Gentiles will no longer have rulership over the earth?
Well, it's saying here that it's until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. So until the fullness of the Gentiles has come in, I believe Paul I wrote about this. That after the fullness of the Gentiles,
that's horrible.
that he's going to turn back to his people, and that all Israel would be saved. So there's a time, it's a switching going on. As we're in the time of a change right now, to where the fullness of the Gentiles is happening. Like, it's getting to a point where a lot of people have converted to the Savior, and now it's coming back to Israelites coming into the gospel, which is why I believe that there is something in the Hebrew Israelite movement, but I believe that it's being hijacked, and then the Most High sends people like the Yap Gang to help y'all, and just like in the scriptures, y'all reject the stuff that's coming. But not only the Black Hebrew Israelites, but then you also have things like
Okay, let's
the
slow down. Let's
Rabbinites.
just slow down. Can we slow down real quick? So, so you're saying fulfilled. You said that was. I don't think that that's good hermeneutics. Hold on. I don't think that's good hermeneutics, especially when you're dealing with the context of what's going on here. Right now, he's talking about Israelites being taken as slaves and being killed and slaughtered. Right, and he's saying that their homeland. That's the context. Their homeland is going to be taken away from them by Gentiles until those Gentiles are done ruling, until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. He's giving them a time. The fulfilled is referring to the trotting down.
I'm gonna give you a precept.
Wait, hold on. I just want to deal with the text right here.
But precept upon precept, right?
Hold on. The fulfilled is referring to being trodden down, going into captivity, being killed by the sword. That's what it means fulfilled. The fulfillment meaning when the Gentiles are done having possession of the Holy Land. That's the context.
I'm gonna give you the
that's not because when you go to Daniel,
this is also going to explain Gia's.
Daniel's not saying that. Daniel, you got to show me that in Daniel. Then whatever you're about to say, show it to me in Daniel.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do all of that. But right now, I'm gonna go to Romans 11. And by the grace of God, I'm gonna do that. By the way, because it's not me; it's only the Most High. So I'm just giving you the scriptures. I ain't saying that I'm 100% right. I'm giving you the scriptures from my perspective, just like I believe that this is your interpretation. Like how you just said that until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled means all it is. That's your interpretation, and this is my interpretation. I go off of Romans 11, verse 25, where it says, let me pull it up real quick. In Romans 11, 25. Let me see, is this the one? For I would not, brothers, that you should be ignorant of this mystery. These you should be wise in your own conceits, that blindness in part has happened to Israel. So they're not completely blind, they're blind in part until the fullness of the Gentiles be come in. So how I look is that once the fullness of the Gentiles is coming, that blindness and partness is going to be taken away from Israel. And that's what we see now with not only the Messianic movement, the Messianic Jewish movement that's been growing since the time of the apostles, when it got stumped out by the nationalistic Gentile church, I should say, because I don't believe the Gentile church is evil or anything. But when they get too nationalistic, it gets weird. But
no, I would like to read something.
But let me seal it up for you. But now the fullness is coming. The Gentiles understand, and now Israelites are coming back. You got people who are either finding out that they have Jewish heritage, and then they're coming to Messiah, or you have Rabbinite Jews, the rabbinical, non-messianic ones, converting to and finding out that Messiah is the fact the Messiah of the Israelites or the Jewish people, and then they're becoming messianic. So there's an awakening happening. So it all links up. The whole scripture is linking up. I can go forward in the scripture. I don't have to go backward. I can go forward and see. And then I can go backward too and see the same thing. Because in Daniel, right, the rock that was cut out is the Mashiach. And we're not in the Mashiach.
I want to read something real quick. This is the book of Daniel, chapter 7. And I just want to, this is the time of the Gentiles, right? Because what is this talking about? This is the book of Daniel, chapter 7 and verse, I'll just get for context sake. Let's start at just verse 3. We know what we're talking about. And four great beasts came up from the sea, diverse one from another. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. So this is talking about Babylon. So we understand these four beasts represent the four empires that were ruled, correct?
Correct. Except I do believe there's a little ambiguity with the last beast, or I believe that there's something.
That's
It's
fine.
something different about that.
That's
Okay.
fine. That's fine. That's irrelevant because the point is that Daniel is giving you. He's saying, listen, there's 4 beasts, right? I'll read verse 8, verse 7. And this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a 4th beast, dreadful and terrible, and strong exceedingly, and it had great iron teeth. It devoured and brake in pieces and stamped. You see that word stamped? Stomping, isn't that synonymous with trodden down? To trod down? It says the Gentiles would trod down the Jerusalem. Now we're talking about the 4th beast here. So, and stamped the residue with the feet of it, and it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. So now, I want to jump to verse 9. I beheld till the thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit, whose garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head like the pure wool. His throne was like the fiery flame, and his wheels as burning fire. A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. 1,000 ministered unto him, and 10,000 times 1,000 stood before him. And the judgment was set, and the books were opened. I beheld then because of the voice of the great words which the horn spake. I beheld even till the beast was slain. So what beast is this? This is the 4th beast, right?
I believe it's relevant to the verse that you actually thought you didn't need to read, which is verse 8. I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another little horn, before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots. And behold, in this horn were eyes like the eyes of a man, and a mouth speaking great things. From the way I read the scriptures, I believe that this is the anti-Messiah, and that he's going to rule he's going to rule all the governments, or all the governments going to be under his authority.
Okay, but this is
and then that's the kingdom that Messiah will return and shatter, and then establish his reign. That's how I read it.
Wait, here, hold on. There's a distinction.
All right, hold on, As. You ain't gonna let Sean talk?
Wait, I just got to say this real quick. There's a distinction between the beast, and there's a distinction between a horn. The horn sits upon the beast. So the Bible says, I beheld until the beast. It didn't say I beheld until the horn. The horn.
But that horn is on that beast.
I just want to say for the record, it doesn't say the horn. It says the beast. So
the horn is on the beast.
I said, wait, hold on. It says, I beheld even until the beast was slain.
That has a horn. That has a horn, by the way, everyone.
Okay, yeah, but the Bible says, I'm just reading the Bible. The Bible just says, till the beast was slain. So the beast is going to be slain. That's what the Bible wants to let you know, is that the beast is going to be slain, right? Which is the 4th beast, which is Rome. And his body destroyed and given to the burning flame. So it says that this beast is going to be judged when when God comes down, whose hair is like pure wool, and the judgment and the books are going to be opened, meaning judgment day. So the Romans will be judged on judgment day as a collective, the whole empire. So that's the time of the Gentiles. That's when it's over. That's when it's over. I don't understand what you're talking about when you're saying, it's talking about.
Everybody can rewind this video and see he skipped verse 8, and now he's acting like it don't exist.
All right, come on, Sean. You want to say something on this before I play the rest of this video? Fair use.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, so I heard As say earlier that he believed that there was some Israelites still in the land.
Yeah.
Did you say that, bro?
He did.
A very, very, very small, because in order for hold on.
I need to just finish my point so I can, he can play the video. I'm not here to go back and forth with you. I'm just going off of what you said. You said that you're saying very, 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 very small, whatever. The fact is that you said that, and then you turn around and said that there's none. That scripture said there's none. None.
The
All right.
fact that to make sense of it.
Let me finish. I'm still speaking, and then I'll let you have the floor. The next point I want to make is that you also said we don't know, DNA doesn't help you find out who. This is like a roundabout discussion. DNA doesn't tell you who the Israelites are, so it makes no sense. It's a roundabout stuff. But then you go right back to scripture, and scripture can give you exactly who is Israel. You said it gives you, it leaves tidbits, it leaves little evidences, but it doesn't tell you factually that you are. We don't know who you are as. We don't know you. We don't know your genetic makeup. You said that there's enemies in in the camps that are Gentiles. Some brothers are leaving because they're finding out they may have Gentile DNA or European DNA. You might be an enemy yourself. Like this is just roundabout talk, and it's the dismissal of what other people are bringing to the table, and you wanting to stay in scripture and then use scripture as a DNA test or a litmus test when there's people all over who can qualify as being Israel. And you keep saying that they went into slavery. Fine, scripture does say that they went into captivity. How many people have gone into captivity across the world?
In the last 4,000 years. Come on, thank you. Fair use.
The Slavs
confused Saxons with Jutes as belonging to the same race. Although not only was the race different, but even the territory where they lived was quite separate. Jutes were Scythian Jats, while Angles and Saxons belonged to Teutonic race. Let me read that again. Jutes were Scythian Jats, while Angles and Saxons belong to Teutonic race. So the Jutes are Scythian Jats. So are the Jutes really Scythians? Danes, Vikings, or Normans by H.G. Wells in The Outline of History in chapter 32, section 4 says that there were very small racial and social differences between Angles, Saxon, Jute, Dane, or Norman, as mentioned at number 4 above. He has confused Angles and Saxons who belong to Teutonic race with Jutes, Danes, and Normans who belong to Scythian race. The fact that they were allies in their raids upon Britain is not enough for their racial confusion. Vikings were called Northmen because they lived in the north, while Angles and Saxons lived in the south. Northmen ultimately were abbreviated into Normans. So again, are the Jutes, who are actually Scythian Jats, really connected to the Vikings? Is this true? In 912, an expedition of these Normans under Rolf the Ganger established itself upon the coast of France in the region that was known henceforth as Normandy or Normandy. There was a fresh conquest of England by the Danes, and the Norman Duke of Normandy became King of England. This will be mentioned in detail in another chapter. Here, I am concerned only with the fact that Danes, Vikings, or Normans were all Jutes. Let me read that again. Here, I am concerned only with the fact that Danes, Vikings, or Normans were all Jutes. They were all different names of the same race of Scythian Jats. The Chinese called them Yuchi. These Yuchi conquered the slightly Hellenized kingdoms of Bactria and mixed with Aryan people there. Later on, these Yuchi became or were merged with Aryan elements into a people called the Indo-Scythians, who went on down the Khyber Pass and conquered northern portions of India as far as Benares, wiping out the last vestiges of Hellenic rule in India. This big splash over the Mongolian races westward was probably not the first of such splashes, but it is the first recorded splash. See, I believe with what I just shared with you guys also suggests that the term Jew may have its origins in the Germanic tribe known as the Scythian Jutes, who were also referred to as the Vikings.
You know what you are? You're an ancient Israelite.
Ancient Israel, that's who we are. That's who we are.
If you give me time, if you give me time,
but
all that he said.
no, we don't have
so many years.
I know. Look at this. This is pages and pages of notes. And I promise we'll give more teaching. But here is my challenge to you.
All right.
I'm hearing some of your traditions. It's like the days of the Bible.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Do you want to remain ancient Israelites or you want to be Jews?
Oh boy, this is a compilation of everything that's been sent to me. Do you want to remain ancient Israelites or do you want to become Jews?
We want to remain ancient Israelites. Thank you.
I ain't that talking to you.
Now let's talk about the Jews. And I'm doing this, I'm doing asterisks. I'm not asterisks here, it's quotations, air quotations here, because you see this a lot, that people who have not done enough research, in my view, who think that this is a Jewish conspiracy. And this is kind of me, by the way, the same response when you get to people when I say, I was baptized Catholic and I'm so happy about it. Oh, what about the Catholic conspiracy? They talk about Catholics and pedophilia. And we're going to talk about all of that today because I'm just feeling tired of the cowardice of people who know what's happening and refuse to say it because they're fearful that they're going to be killed. And yes, I recognize the people that we're dealing with are psychopaths. Yes, I recognize people shot a president, a Catholic president in broad daylight when he was with his wife. Okay, that's all very real. But what is the alternative to that? You stay quiet when we know the truth. We stay quiet and we allow these people to take over the world, which they are very close to doing. We pass this off to our children. Like Andrew said, it is going to take not just brave men, but it's also going to take brave women. And women, you know how to research, and I'm going to give all of you guys the tools to understand what is happening, okay? All of the faiths, Muslim, okay? If we're talking about Islam, we're talking about Judaism, we are talking about Christianity, have been infiltrated. All of them. There is not one of them that has not been infiltrated by a satanic cult that practices pedophilia, okay, listen to me, as a religious sacrament. I am going to tell you what the name of this satanic cult is so that you can now do your own research. Now, I will caution you that you cannot.
Okay, I might have to stop right here. My man sent me a video. He said it might be a deep fake. I see two. Then I see something from Alton. I can't believe it. Dealing with that Abu and the Awakening. I'm gonna have to play it for y'all and show it to y'all, but we're gonna shut this down right now. He said go to the original, the 25. I'm gonna have to go. I gotta look into something right now. Some stuff coming in hot off the press. We're gonna put that information out. I just came back from down south and I've been up in the city and I didn't go out to Long Island yet, but I'll take care of all that other stuff. We're gonna set the other studio up. Look like I might go slide to North Carolina real quick, but we're gonna try to take care of all of that. BereanTeacher@gmail.com if y'all want to send some videos. I think this was an excellent live. I'm gonna leave it up. We need to keep talking. I appreciate everybody that came on. I think it helped greatly. $ Berean Teacher, the Cash App. We got a PayPal up there if y'all want to put $1 in to support the work and the upcoming meet and greet. We're gonna definitely do this, and it's gonna be some good stuff. All right, y'all. We'll talk later.